today, but I really, really, really want to get through the rest of this trial. All right, Rumble started. Let me make sure and see that everything else started. Okay, YouTube, come on. It says it's there. Generally have problems with that. Interesting. Anyway, I'll figure it out. Happy day after Thanksgiving. I am, better introduce myself. I always forget that part. I'm Debbie, your host at Alternate Juror, where we try to take a look at trials as a juror is supposed to look at trials, meaning no media narrative to give us any bias, no so-called docu-series that only tell you some of the stuff. Basically, they can narrate the story and leave out or put in or take a sentence here but leave the next one out, and you never quite know if they're telling you the truth. And I'm going to say 99.9% of the time, they're not. I've been burned by them so many times over the last couple of years that I've just quit watching them. So that is my goal here, is to watch trials as the juror is supposed to see the trial, only deciding on the evidence that's presented in court. And also to kind of teach people maybe a little bit of how it works. I'm not a lawyer. I can't give you any legal advice. It's my opinion. But looking at what's going on in court. So if you ever do get called to jury duty, maybe you kind of have a little bit of understanding of what's happening. And so you're maybe just don't feel so lost. I don't know. I've never served on jury duty. My husband's like, you should, like, they would love to have you. And I say, I don't think so, because I have had to fill out the questionnaire for the federal court that's near us, about an hour away, I think 3 or 4 times, and never have I ever been chosen. I've never even got a second questionnaire. I've never even been called to go sit and have them ask me a question. So, and the other time I got called or got a summons for it, I had just moved to a different county, and it came from the county that I had moved from. So I called them and they said, yeah, no. And I was like, all right. So I can't tell you I can only tell you how it goes from what I've watched and on these live streams and these live trials. I've never actually done it. And, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. So anyway, hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Enjoy some time with your family. I did. I saw some family that I don't see very often. I only see them at Thanksgiving generally. But it's always good to see them. It's my in-laws. My sister-in-law is an excellent cook. Made an excellent meal. She always does. And we enjoyed it thoroughly and had a good day. Alrighty. I'm a little worried about YouTube over here. It is not saying it has done anything. Let me pull up a different YouTube and see what is happening with it. Because I'm a little nervous at the moment that it's not showing up. Because YouTube's like, hey, do this. So I did. And I don't think I should have done what I did. I just was trying to all right. It does say there's one live. All right. Can I see it? Alrighty, I think it's on there. I just don't want my sound to start. All right, we're good. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on with the other one. It's still such a learning curve for me. So if I don't mess something up during a stream, it's not actually a stream. So let's just put that way. Alrighty, we're going back. Travis Rudolph, final day. We're going to finish up he's on cross examination by the state. We're going to finish up his testimony. We're going to go to closing arguments. We're going to go to the verdict. I hope to get this done. So I started early so that I hope to get it done or on at least on time, without having to go. I don't really want to go much past 4:30 my time. So hopefully this is enough time to do so. We kind of left off in the middle of Travis's cross-examination with the state. She was basically trying to say that Travis was shooting at the car as the car was backing, like pulling away from him. Travis is disputing that. He's saying his answer was, I was there, you weren't. I saw what I saw. She's pushing it, pushing it, pushing it. So that's kind of where we left off, with her pointing to some video that we can't see. It's very hard to see. Even if we were able to just see it straight on as the jury is, it's dark, and it's, I think probably from cameras in the neighborhood, on homes in the neighborhood, it's really hard to see. Because what she's calling the backup lights of the car, or the tail lights of the car, look to me as the headlights coming on. So when I look at it, when I see that, he is in the front of the car. But she's saying it's not that. So I don't know. It's hard to tell. Obviously, she wants to win this case. She obviously thought that she should have brought charges, because she did. And whatever. I don't know that she should have. I've not seen. This is my second time through this case, or this trial. And I had a hard time with it the first time I watched it, or when it was live. This happened 5 months ago. I have even had a harder time with it this time. There has been some things that have actually just made me so angry in this trial, and the way that the state's witnesses have treated the defense attorney, how combative they were with him, how they were even combative with the state. The state had to be wondering, like, why did we call them? Well, they had to. They were there. 3 out of the 4 of them were there. The 4th one's not here because he's not here anymore. The person that started all of this never got charged with anything, and that's Travis's ex-girlfriend. And if he was charged with something, if Travis was charged with something, they all should have been charged with something. They all made bad decisions based on a text message and a story from the ex-girlfriend that I don't believe turned out to be true. She said Travis slammed her to the ground. We haven't seen that. We've seen her fall. But we did see her absolutely close fist beating Travis in the back of the head. We clearly saw that off the Ring camera video. And as far as video goes, his mother's night owl video system, police took it. As of this trial, police still had it. And there was nothing ever said by the state of we couldn't get anything off of it. There's just been nothing said. She's convinced, the mother, that there's video on there. And they're just not showing it. I don't know, because nobody's ever said, yes, no, there is video, there's not video. There's nothing. So, I don't know. I just, when you watch a case and it's clean, you can walk away feeling good. But when you watch a trial, I keep calling it a case, sorry. When you watch a trial and it's not clean and you don't feel like everybody in it has acted in the best way possible, how they should, they have not conducted themselves as they are supposed to, whether it's a defense attorney, and I said it all the time, I will own it, I am biased towards the state. I am hard on them because they should have the cleanest case or cleanest trial of anyone. They have every resource at their fingertips, everything. They should never be a question of where'd this evidence come from. Should never be a question that they did some shady stuff, ever. And it's just not that way. So to me, the state should come in, their hands better be clean, and present your case. Make sure you have the right person before you even file charges. Make sure all the evidence lines up. Make sure you've looked at everything. Don't rush. That's the problem. Is it feels like they rushed. I don't know if it was because Travis was an ex-NFL player. That was bigger fish to them. Let's go after him. That'll be more newsworthy. I don't know. But they should be able, in Florida, they have the death penalty. They could have went after the death penalty with him. Without the death penalty, it's just automatic life in prison. Like, the judge generally just sentences right away because it's what it is. You don't get out, you're just there. So if they have the ability to take your life literally, or to just put you in away forever, their case better be solid. And there's too many times that I have seen over the past few years, it's not. That is more likely not the case than it is the case. And it's sad and it's wrong. So, sorry, I've spent 13 minutes ranting, but I want people to understand what's going on in the court system. I want people to be able to watch what's happening in the court system in real time. But without going to the court TV narrative or the law and crime narrative or ABC, NBC, whoever's narrative. Just watch it and listen and form your opinion off the evidence that's presented. That's it. It's what we're supposed to do. So I'm going to stop talking. If I heard applause right now, I would not be upset because I've been talking a long time. And as per my usual, I've lost my mouse pointer. Where's my cursor? There it is. Maybe I've got like Thanksgiving hangover, turkey hangover or something. Although I had roast beef and ham. So who knows? Alrighty. I have the sound boosted. I hope it sounds really bad on my end, so I hope that it's better. So somebody let me know. Oh, seriously? Oh my gosh. Okay. Here we go. False alarm.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I paused it the other day at a break, but I didn't realize it was taking her this long. There we
So
go.
while the clerk is helping me find that, just remind us again where you believe Daryl was.
Right here.
Okay.
The intersection of Redwood and Sable.
All right. And would it surprise you that everybody else testified that he was up here? Just ask if he was surprised, Judge.
I couldn't hear you.
I asked if the witness was surprised that everybody else testified that he was further up the street.
Okay. What's the objection?
Proper comment on the witness, and it's also facts not in evidence either. It's improper comment.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Do you see where that black X is on the board?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. That's about where the fight allegedly happened, right?
No, that's not what I recall.
Okay. Whereabouts were the casings found, you think?
This area?
You think they were found at the intersection right there?
Yes, ma'am. Probably further south. I don't know.
For the record, this one is States 1B. I'm going to hand it to you, Mr. Rudolph, because it's much smaller, okay? You'd agree that on there are markers about where the shooting scene is, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me where on this map it is.
In this area?
Further down, away from the intersection, right?
Yes, ma'am.
How'd you get down there? Why did you go down there?
My brother was down here.
Your brother was not down there. You just testified he was up here.
I have to apologize for the prosecutor's lack of being able to use a microphone. I apologized for it every single day. They either eat the microphone, breathe into the microphone, or don't speak into the microphone. So I cannot help how bad she sounds.
Ma'am, I can't be precise on exactly where the exact spot was, but I'm telling you he was down here closer to their car. That's my testimony.
Thank you so much. You can return to your seat. I want to talk to you about the threat that you perceived when you ran into your house and selected the assault rifle.
Yes.
I don't mind moving it, Judge.
Buffy, go ahead and help.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
And actually, we're going to be flipping to States 33, if you don't mind, while you're still there. All right, let's angle this a little bit better. And if you could restart the video. Can you see the screen, Mr. Rudolph? Actually, Judge, can we try the lights? I think that might help us.
I can see the screen now.
All right, wonderful. Okay. One person that night had their hoodie up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That was Keyshawn.
Yes, ma'am.
See the person in the corner here with their hoodie up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that would be Keyshawn, right?
Correct.
Okay, if you could play. Pause. At the time you go into this residence, it doesn't appear that anybody has any firearms out. Do you know why that is?
I can't see you right now.
Can we go back so Mr. Rudolph can see the full video, please? Pause. So we know Keyshawn has walked off the screen at this point. Your mom, this is your mom with her phone in her hand, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And then there are several men walking in front of her. If we could put it back so Mr. Rudolph can see from the beginning again. And you tell me who you see with the firearm in their hand when you're entering that house.
Wait, you want me to answer right now? I thought you was going to play the video.
Yes, play, please. Pause. You see anybody with a firearm out there?
In that video, no?
Doesn't even look like anybody's fighting out there.
No, ma'am.
So why are you going in your house? For your firearm.
Tyler pulled a firearm out.
Okay. And I want to back up in time, and Judge, if we could have the lights restored a little bit. You told us that at the time of this incident, you had two firearms, right?
Yes, ma'am.
One of them is a 6-auger that's sitting in front of you right there, right? The bigger gun.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's not the gun you would conceal carry around with you, right?
No, not on my person when I'm like leaving the house. No, ma'am.
Would make more sense that it's the handgun than the Herschel.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's the one you were used to how it handled and carried it around more frequently.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you pick that gun that night?
Like I said in my direct, it was the nearest thing Timmy, which was my Sig Sawyer.
Right. You said on direct that the Sig Sauer was kept in a bag, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That bag wasn't open, right?
I can't recall if it was open or it wasn't.
And we saw the photographs of your bedroom. It's not a very large bedroom, right?
Correct?
And you said that the handgun was in the dresser, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could have grabbed the handgun. You would agree.
Yes, I could have. I agree.
You elected to grab the assault rifle. Why?
It was the nearest thing to me. That's why I grabbed it.
Okay. So at this point in the video, when you've come back out with a firearm in your hand and there's no fighting happening at that point, you would agree with that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Nobody has a gun in their hand, at least not that we can see, right?
Correct?
And the threat is gone, right?
I wouldn't necessarily say the threat is gone, because the guy that I just seen pull a firearm out before I had even went inside my house is right near my mom.
All right, let me back up the video and talk a little bit about where Mr. Robinson is in relation to your mom.
I don't know why she can't stand still. Just stand in front of the podium with one of those microphones. And
You would
stop trying
agree
to eat that
that
one.
this is your mom,
Yes, ma'am.
and that is Mr. Robinson.
Possibly. I can't tell if that was him right there or not.
And you just ran into the house through the store, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You'd also agree this is you sliding after exiting with the assault rifle,
Yes, ma'am.
and that is still your mom,
Yes, ma'am.
and there's no one next to her.
From that video, I don't see any other figures. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the threat, at least that you could perceive right here, is not there, right?
Not near my mom that very second.
All right. So then you're talking about, must be this part,
Yes, ma'am.
where the person without the shirt that we can see over here, Tyler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is your mom going towards Tyler, right?
Yes, ma'am.
She's not running away from him.
No.
She does not appear to see him as a threat based on that video.
I mean, I can't speak on my mom's behalf. I don't.
All right, let's watch it again and see what she does towards him. You would agree from that clip, we can clearly see your mother was away from Mr. Robinson and then ran towards Mr. Robinson, correct?
She probably ran towards me. I don't know if she was running towards Mr. Robinson.
Well, that's because you're running to Mr. Robinson, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So in order to get closer to you, she has to go closer to Mr. Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At that point, that's your mother's voice saying, "Come on, Travis, please, please," right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's saying that because you have now escalated a fist fight to bring out an assault rifle.
Yeah, sustained.
Why do you think? Actually, let me rephrase that, Judge. When your mother is saying that to you, what are you thinking?
What am I thinking?
Yes, because you're not looking down the road yet. Your focus is clearly Mr. Robinson. What are you thinking when she's yelling at you? Stop, please stop.
I'm thinking my mom don't know what I just seen.
You haven't seen anything yet. You ran directly to Mr. Robinson.
I'm thinking my mom don't know what I just seen for me to even go inside the house.
Oh, you mean the firearm that we didn't see? Okay.
Right.
So then your focus now, you would agree, is Mr. Robinson, and your mother is standing over there by the two of you, right?
Yes.
Trying to get you to go back in the house with a firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You do not do that. You instead head down Redwood, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To the area that you believe is where your brother was.
Yes, ma'am.
By the time you get there, did your brother run off and go closer to the car? Was he doing stupid things like what he did with Tyler, following people that are running away with firearms?
No, ma'am.
So then you should have been by the intersection up there by Sable Palm Drive.
Correct.
And that's where you stayed.
I'm confused on your question.
It's not confusing. That's where you stayed, right? By Sable Palm Drive, right?
I definitely got in front of my brother during the time of the
Tell
incident.
somebody
'cause
what's
like I said, it
confusing
appeared
to
that the
them
car
and what
was
isn't.
coming towards me. So I felt like I was the only one that was the protector for me and my brother. So I got in front of my brother.
All right. Permission to utilize states, I think it's states 3.
What is it?
It's one of the firearms, Judge.
All right, you may.
It's like, I'm confused. No, you're not.
Utilize it meaning what? You're going to need gloves or
Okay.
no?
I'm not going to touch it, Judge,
Okay.
just the box.
Now she wants to bring out the scary.
Mr. Rudolph, you would
Firearm.
agree this is the firearm you had in your hand at the time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And even bigger and heavier than this because you had 100 rounds in that double barrel drum, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you see your brother at Sable Palm Drive, and you run down there, and everybody has ran and left him back to the car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But you keep pursuing them. That is how you got by the car, right?
Ms. Edwards, keep that, put that down.
Stop pointing
scary,
it at
Judge?
everyone.
Flip it around so the muzzle's pointing towards me,
Oh
not
my
out there towards the
gosh.
jury. All right?
Jeez, lady.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Right, Mr. Rudolph?
No, I disagree.
So you're saying from the several feet that you were away, you could see into that dark car that didn't have any lights on.
Yes, ma'am.
And you could see clearly that guns were being pointed at you from a crack in a door over on the other side from where you're looking,
Yes, ma'am.
and from a windshield
Yes, ma'am.
in a tinted vehicle.
I don't know if it was tinted, but I definitely seen 2 firearms, without a question.
And as you're shooting, this is not a mistake, right? You did that on purpose. Right?
I did it in reaction of their actions, which was pointing firearms at me and my brother.
That was not my question. Did you do it on purpose or was it a mistake?
I definitely did it on purpose.
Okay. You can own it.
Yeah.
All right. And you did that, pointing it at them and firing, even though nobody shot at you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you claimed you saw a gun in that dark car,
Yes, ma'am. Two guns.
even though you had seen no other guns.
I seen 2 guns.
Not before that point had you seen guns.
I only seen 1 gun before that point.
The gun that you said magically disappeared when you came out.
I didn't say it magically disappeared.
Sustain.
I don't blame you.
I want to
Judge.
back
I'd
up
side
to
too.
when you first heard the knocks on the door. You remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were laying in your room with your shirt off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you came to the door, you also had your shirt off, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But that wasn't because you were being aggressive to anybody, right?
That's correct. I was about to go to sleep.
But nobody should have perceived you at the time you came through the door as aggression, right? Even though you had your shirt off.
That's correct.
Okay. Because you came outside, according to you, to mediate.
Yes, ma'am.
And Keyshawn wasn't just some stranger, right, to you?
Correct.
We can see from the text messages you exchanged gifts. This was your, quote, little brother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could have a conversation with him.
Yes, ma'am.
How is it that if your phone is broken, you rejected his calls, one of the 6?
I didn't reject nobody's call.
So you're fighting with what the phone records say?
Yes, ma'am, because I can't answer the phone if my whole screen is cracked. So I disagree with what those phone records say.
Sort of like you're fighting with whether or not Dominique was your girlfriend,
She wasn't my girlfriend.
or whether or not you cheated on her.
I didn't cheat on her if she's not my girlfriend.
I want to talk about that call Dominique made to Kyla that evening. Why was she making that call?
Sustain.
Judge, he would know what he was asked to do.
What's the question?
It was a
Yes.
FaceTime call in front of Mr. Rudolph to the young woman allegedly he was cheating with. So I asked, why was that call being made? He would know, if he knows.
If you know, you may answer.
Well,
Because
it wasn't
Dominique's a
cheating, but she made the call
horrible
looking for
person.
answers pretty much.
And so you had to convince her then, based on that conversation, that you weren't in fact cheating, right?
It wasn't cheating, but she was looking for answers that she didn't get anything out of.
And she didn't believe you.
No, she didn't.
She thought you were still cheating.
If that's what you want to call it, but it wasn't cheating.
And you were cheating, weren't you, Mr. Rudolph?
No, ma'am.
Are you sure about that?
At that time, I was a single man.
Ah,
Funny how you keep going down this path, the mistake of him cheating, when she was freaking married. Married and didn't tell him. I'm sure that point did not get past this jury. It's been made a lot. So you can keep hammering on that he was the cheater. Takes one to know one? I don't know. She was married and didn't tell him because he did not specifically ask her if she was married. Blows my mind every time. I know I've repeated myself on this, but just in case you haven't been here, his ex-girlfriend who started this whole thing was married and didn't tell him. They were together for a year and a half. And she said her explanation of why she didn't tell him was because she didn't think it was her place to. Like she was going to be gossiping or something. It's ridiculous, it's immature, and it's stupid. And then to sit here and go after him like he's some cheater. He wasn't married. So, you know, were they together? I don't know. I have no idea. Be happy you're free from her, sir. Because her ex-husband, who is her ex-husband now, he's probably happy too. Watching this, he probably threw a freaking party that she's out of his life.
So you're not in a relationship and you're free to screw whoever you want,
Wow.
Sustained.
right? I didn't ask that question before, Judge.
Sustained.
You just sustained
Mr.
it,
Rudolph,
so
isn't it
move
true
on.
that you had sex with someone else and recorded it and saved a video of that from March 29th of 2021?
That counter evidence, lack of notice, it's improper, it's lateral impeachment, another issue. That's not relevant.
Come on up, folks.
Wow, he listed like
Somebody wanted a break. I don't know how much, well, come on up. Before I decide on a break, I've got to talk to the lawyer.
he listed like 10 reasons when the judge was when the judge was like, what's the legal ground for your objection? He was like this. I couldn't hear what he was saying. But wow. One, never heard that this whole entire trial about any of that existing. She had plenty of time to bring that up. It wasn't on his direct. So to me, that should be out of the scope of his direct. It looks like she's handing him papers. Attorney Comover's in the picture. I really think the judge is done with this trial. All right, we'll see how long the break's going to be. Well, see if she won or lost here. The problem is when either side puts something like that out there and they're like, the jury will disregard it. Will they? Because the defense attorney, he's been slipping stuff in constantly, getting objected, and she gets the sustained whatever. But he's slipping it in, and he's done a good job of that. So she's trying to do that same thing. But they're really talking a lot. I'm wondering, it'd be interesting to see if she won or lost. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we've only got a couple more minutes, literally, and then we'll take a break before redirect, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Mr. Rudolph, as the vehicle is driving away,
She lost.
you realize that you kept shooting even after it was gone?
During the time, no, but
So
Seen
you
that
start
video, yes.
shooting after it moved, as we've established, right?
that's no.
And then even as it's going away, you're still shooting into it, right?
Yes, I fired a couple rounds.
And you just kept going. It's not a couple, it's 39, right?
39, that's in the process of while I seen the firearm, so
Right. And you gave an interview about this particular topic. Do you recall that?
yes, ma'am.
And at the time you were asked by the reporter, why 39 shots? Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You said you had quick reflexes.
Yes, ma'am.
Not you needed to neutralize the threat. You had quick reflexes.
I also said I needed to neutralize the threat. I just kept shooting until they was no longer a threat.
As they're driving away from you, trying everything to get away from you, you still thought you needed to neutralize what threat?
I disagree with you that they was trying to get away from me because I don't see how you're trying to get away from someone and you're pointing firearms at someone.
So the car that's moving away from you is not trying to get away from you. It's coming towards you.
Once again, I can't control what Keyshawn did as a driver, but I know what I seen, and that was 2 firearms pointed at me and my brother. So,
And your brother is behind you, right?
yes, I believe he was
Mom's-
behind me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm sorry. I believe he was behind me. Yes, like to the right of me.
And your mom's in the house, right?
From my knowledge, yes.
So this whole time you're shooting into the car, they're certainly in no immediate danger.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Your brother and your mom are certainly in no immediate danger.
Me and my brother was in immediate danger. He was right there, right
How
next to
come?
me.
The car's going away and you're still firing into it.
There's firearms pointed at us now.
How could you see that? It's tinted windows, and it's away from you now, driving away from you.
I seen it while their car was faced towards us.
And then at the end of all the shooting, you keep walking down the road. You saw that in the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
With your firearm.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't you just go home? Why didn't you just go home when you saw that Daryl was fine, the fight had ended? Why didn't you just go home?
Because it appeared that their car was heading towards me and my brother with no lights on. So that's already raising suspicion. And then in the midst of that, they pointed firearms at me and my brother.
You can clearly see that vehicle is not going towards you, right?
From that video.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, folks, as I promised, we'll take a
His mind, I'm sure, was going 1,000 miles an hour, and one of them definitely had a firearm. He admitted it after it was found, after he tried to get rid of it. And a canine trained to search for firearms found it. So they know at least one firearm was there. The detective in this case didn't bother looking anywhere for the other firearm. Not in the fence line that was right by where the car stopped. Not in the trees right behind the fence where the car was stopped. Not on top of the building that was in the parking lot that was there. In the parking lot that the car stopped, there was a building there. Didn't look at that. Didn't look at anything. Didn't retrace the path of travel. She did nothing because, as she stated repeatedly, she cannot look for evidence unless she knows the evidence is there. Dumbest statement of this entire trial. So, I don't know. This is so hard. Oops. So we'll come back and do redirect. Let me get it. All right, Jerry coming in.
All right, welcome back, folks. Everyone take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, thank you very much for your punctuality. All right, Mr. Shiner, you may commence redirect. Yes, sir.
Did you invite Keyshawn Jones to your house on April 6th, going into April 7th of 2021, sir?
No, sir.
Your knowledge, did your brother or mother invite them over?
No, sir.
Sebastien Jean-Jacques on April 6th, did you even know who that man was?
I met him one time before I had the gun show, but
Did you recognize him when you came outside?
no, sir.
Did you invite him to your house?
No, sir.
12 o'clock at night?
No, sir.
Did you invite Christopher Lowe to your home, sir,
No, sir.
on April 6th, April 7th?
No, sir.
Did you invite Tyler Robinson to come over to your house, sir,
No, sir.
April 6th or April 7th of 2021?
No, sir.
Did you pat any of these guys down when you came out of your house to see if they had guns in their pockets?
No, sir.
Your video cameras from the house that your mom has, the outdoor ones, not the Ring camera, do they light up when somebody comes close to them?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. It
don't
could
know?
be, possibly.
All right. You don't know what was in their minds when they drove by your house before they came to your house, do you?
No, not at all.
When you came outside, is there any doubt in your mind that they tried to beat you up?
No, there's no doubt at all.
Whether you were cheating or not cheating on this girl, did you ask anyone to come over and beat you up?
No, sir.
Try to kill you or your brother?
No, sir.
You deserve to get whacked for possibly cheating on your girlfriend?
No.
Sorry if you can hear my stomach, it's kind of growling.
Prosecutor showed you a lot of videos and stopped them and replayed them multiple times. Remember those?
Yes, sir.
Did you get a chance to do that when these two men were pointing guns in your direction and your brother's direction? Did you get a chance to hold on a second, let me watch this and replay it and slow it down and replay it again? Did you get a chance to do that?
No, sir.
Was the prosecutors there when this happened?
No, they wasn't.
Was I there?
No, you weren't.
Any doubt in your mind that you saw two guns pointed in your direction before you started shooting?
There is no doubt in my mind at all.
And there was many questions about the car moving, Does that change your mind that you were wrong for shooting because the car was moving?
No, it doesn't change my mind.
Sustained.
Why doesn't that change your mind that you were justified in shooting?
Because, like I said, I seen two firearms. Regardless of how the car was moving or the direction they went, I seen two firearms when I started firing my gun.
Why didn't you wait till somebody shoot you first or shoot at you? Why?
Because that's those that waiting until you shoot could be the matter of me and my brother. Life gone.
Why not take a shot at that? Take a chance. Why don't you wait?
No, because in life you don't get any do-overs. So
No do-overs? What do you mean by that?
pretty much, if you get shot and you get killed, it's over with. There's no more like a reset button pretty much on a video game. It's not a video game. It's real life.
You have any idea if Tyler's gun had a bullet in the chamber at the time?
No, I didn't know that.
You tell if the gun even had bullets in it.
No, you can't tell that.
How about Sebastien? Could you tell what kind of gun he had?
He had a semi-automatic handgun. It was a handgun.
And could you tell if it was loaded, unloaded?
No, I couldn't tell that.
Were you in fear for your life at the time you fired?
Most definitely.
And the prosecutor said you fired as they were leaving. Did you realize that at the time, or did you see that afterwards?
I seen it afterwards.
How many times at the time this happened did you think you actually shot?
I honestly thought I shot like probably 10 to 15 rounds.
You didn't really know.
No, I didn't know.
Let me make sure that we understand what you said. How far was Darryl Rudolph from the Cadillac at the time he was getting beat up by Sebastien Jean-Jacques and Christopher Lowe?
Like 20 to 30 feet.
Do you have a measuring yard?
No,
Ruler?
no.
Just an approximation?
That's an approximation.
So if I'm the car, where's your brother? Is he sitting where you are, a little further, closer,
A little further back,
directly head on, or is he off to one of the sides?
like off to the right side. But if the car is facing towards us, he'll be to the right. But if you're in the car, he'll be to the left.
Okay, so if I'm the driver of the Cadillac, he'll be to my left?
Yes.
How much to my left?
In
From the center of the car?
the center of the car,
Yeah.
probably, let's say if you're the center of the car, probably this door right here.
All right, how many
I'll
feet would you
say.
estimate that is? Hard to tell?
Hard to tell. I don't know.
All right, where were you?
A little bit ahead of him, like about this distance. So this door right here, at least that's what I thought I was ahead of him. I can't really tell if I was
Okay.
that much far.
Prosecutor asked why you didn't just turn around and go home.
Right.
Why didn't you? Tell us.
Once again, the car appeared to me like they was coming towards us, and their car had no lights on. So that startled me. That originally startled me. So I just felt like because I had a firearm, I had to protect my brother and get in front of my brother.
Did you also take into account having the firearm pointed at you earlier when you shot?
Yes, well, it didn't get pointed at me earlier, but I did see it get pulled out.
Okay. Did you take that into account that you knew somebody was armed?
Yes, sir.
Did you also take into account, or did you not take into account, the way they were hurting you during the fight?
Most definitely, I took that into account.
Why? Why'd that matter?
Because during that time, I felt like that was great bodily harm, and they was beating up on us, and they didn't care what my mom had to say. So I just felt like, especially when they said demon time, in my head, all that's playing in my head as this thing is going on.
Were you injured from this?
Yes,
Did you have any permanent scars?
yes, I still have a couple scars from it.
And were you sore for a long time afterwards?
Yes,
Prosecutor asked you about your shirt off, what the other people would think. Did you invite them to your house to have a conversation with them?
no, sir.
Did you even care that they were there? I mean, did you want to engage in a conversation with them?
No, I did not.
So did you take your shirt off to fight with anybody?
No, sir.
Why'd you take your shirt off?
My shirt was already off. I was about to go to sleep before this incident occurred.
And you're pretty calm here during this testimony. Is this the way you generally are in life?
Yes, this is just my demeanor. I'm a very laid-back guy. I'm not like a rowdy guy. Even
Even when you're playing football, you're like this?
yes, I was gonna get to that. I was like selected as
what he probably wants to say is, you're pretty calm here, not combative and hostile like the other four people that testified for the state, and you're so kind of nice, and you were nice to the state while they were cross-examining you, not like their witnesses who were horrible, mean people and didn't seem very truthful or want to take any responsibility for any of this. That's really kind of probably what he wants to say.
as a captain at Florida State, and I'm more of the action speak louder than words type of guy. I'm not the outspoken guy.
It is, but I'll allow it. Go ahead and finish.
You're a quiet kind of guy?
Yes, sir.
Even though you play rough sport of football.
Correct.
This is your demeanor 24/7.
Yes, sir.
Were you shooting at this car for no reason, to just get retribution on people that you were angry with? Is that what happened?
No, sir.
You sure?
I'm positive, 150% positive.
Anything the prosecutor asks you change your mind about, you were justified in shooting at all four of these men to save your life?
No, nothing to change it.
Did you feel that you and your brother's life was in danger the whole night since they got there?
Yes, most definitely.
Was this the coup de grace, the end of it?
But
The very end when you shot, that
yes,
no doubt you were in danger.
correct.
If you ever put, hypothetically, in the situation again, would you do the same thing today?
Yes, I'll do the exact same thing. I protected me and my brother's life.
Even though you charged him murder and 3 counts of attempted murder, you would do the same thing?
Yes, yes, sir.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right, any reason why Mr. Rudolph can't step down and go back to counsel's table? No? All right, watch your step getting down, sir. All right, does the defense rest? All right, very well.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I've got a
too
couple things to
excited.
take care of with the lawyers for just a couple minutes, a few minutes, and then I'll have you come back in and we'll know what the plan is for tomorrow, all right? So take another break, step back in the jury room. Now, remember and obey 3 of the 4 cardinal rules: no research, no discussion, open mind. You've heard all.
All right. So, defense has arrested. I think he did a pretty good job of trying to combat her cross and her trying to make him to be the cheater, to be just shooting, for the fun of it. And there's probably even, I would say, a police officer or maybe even military person. I'm trying to think of somebody that can shoot people as part of their training or, are in high stress situations. I don't know that a police officer, if he was in a high stress situation where somebody has a firearm pointed at him and is ready to use it, and he shoots, can go, well, I shot 8 times. They're taught to shoot until the threat is neutralized, period. And, like he said, he didn't know that he fired that many shots. You're not sitting there counting in a stressful situation like that, especially with the fact that their dad was just shot and killed not that long ago, and they're just supposed to, that probably played into a lot of their reactions here. All right, let me get this other one up and going. I have it saved, so we should start right with the prosecutor's closing arguments. And it's different. It's all I can say is it is different. All right, I have the buffering circle, so I'm kind of waiting for it. There we go. Just trying to wait for that little circle thing to go off. All right, so state's closing, defense will close, and then the state will come back and do rebuttal, and then we will get to the verdict. This might be a way shorter stream than I thought.
Okay, everybody take your seats. Welcome back. All right, who's going to begin the closing argument for the state? All right, go ahead, Ms. Edwards.
Hopefully that comes into focus here.
Good afternoon. I want to start by saying, from all of us, I think I speak perhaps for Mr. Shiner as well, but also for the court and the family members and everybody who's been here. Thank you so much. I know we promised you a lot when we started this process about how quickly this was going to go, how many hours you'd have to wait each morning, how much you would have to put up with throughout the entirety of this. And you have given of your time, you have listened, you've paid attention, despite all the delays and everything that we've thrown at you. So literally from the bottom of our hearts, thank you. I want to start this conversation with you by talking about something that is obvious to all of us, but I want to make sure that we're on the same page. This case has never been about domestic violence between Mr. Rudolph and his girlfriend. This case has never been about domestic violence. So we spent a lot of time talking about the anatomy of this relationship and what was going on that day. But this case comes down to something very important. Murder begins where self-defense ends. You will see as I go through my presentation here with you that the state will not allege that Mr. Rudolph did not have a right to be upset that night. You will see as we go through the presentation that there will not be an allegation that it's ever okay for people to just show up to their house in the middle of the night. It's not illegal, but I could see, everybody could see, how that would make somebody upset. I want to start with what started the calls to law enforcement that day.
What she's doing right now is she's playing the tape from the shot spotters that were in the area. So she's just trying to make it sound like it was way more than what it was.
Murder begins where self-defense ends. After the rounds of shots that we just heard in that shot spotter audio, the following happened to that black Cadillac. There was a gunshot defect into the upper right corner of the rear window. The driver's side window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. The driver's door window, another impact. Right front headlights impacted. Passenger side A-pillar impacted. Passenger side view mirror housing impacted. Right front passenger door window 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 impacted. Right front passenger door impact. Right front passenger door window impacted. Right front passenger door. Right front passenger door. Right front passenger door, 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 right front passenger door. Those are separate impacts. Right front fender, right front passenger door, twice again. Right rear passenger door window, right rear passenger door window again. Right rear passenger door window, passenger side B pillar, passenger side C pillar. 30 total defects to the exterior of this black Cadillac, housing 4 men. As we now know, Sebastien Jean-Jacques died as a result of this. We also know Tyler, who was inside the vehicle, got struck twice in his back and once in his hip as he was running out of the vehicle and running away. The other 2, they don't have visible scars, but you saw them for yourself on the witness stand. You want to talk about dealing with trauma and being unable or unable to do things that day? Imagine trying to pull your friends away while that many shots are being fired at you. Imagine trying to navigate through a 3-point turn because of the way your vehicle was pointed as shots are shelling through your vehicle, through the windshield, through the doors. Real life happened for Keyshawn Jones, Christopher Lowe, Sebastien Jean-Jacques, and Tyler Robinson on that day. And I ask that as you return to deliberate and think about all the things that you will be asked to consider, remember this. Why do we stand when you walk in the room? All of us. We stand because you are the judge. It is a matter of respect. It is also a matter of honor to sit as jurors of peers and decide an issue. Issue in this case, at the time that Travis Rudolph picked up that 6R, decided to shoot, did he have a legal justification to do so? Next, I want to draw your attention to the 911 call. That, for the record, is States 50. Shot spotter was States 51. You heard it at the beginning of this case. Listen to it now after you've heard everything.
ambulance. Where are you? We're on 40th Street and I don't know, we're in Northlake, 40th Street and Broadway? Broadway, yeah, 40th Street, Broadway. What's going on? We have someone who's shot. He has a DSW. He's shot? He's not moving. Yes, he's not moving. All right, he's on the line. 1 moment. Please. Please hurry. Yeah, I'm helping you now. It's West Palm 40th and Broadway. There's a male shot. He's not moving.
Do you know where he was shot? What part of his body?
I'm not sure. I can't tell. But he's not moving.
And he's the only one that's injured there?
He's the only one that's shot. Yes, please, please.
Okay. We have help on the way to you. We're sending police and paramedics. And you say you can't tell where on his body he was shot, right?
I can't tell. I can't tell.
All right. And you say you rolled up later on the 20th feet.
40th and Broadway. There's a gas station, van auto park, something. 40th Street and Broadway.
Okay. Again, is he on 40th Street or on Broadway?
We are on 40th Street and Broadway, the intersection. I just want to start.
All right. What time will stay for you?
All right, no problem, sir. Did you see the person who shot him? Travis Rudolph. Sir, he pulled off? No, his name is Travis Rudolph. He shot at him. Travis Rudolph shot at him? Yes. Okay, is he black or Hispanic, Travis? Black. What was he wearing today? I don't even know. He came out the house with no shirt. Okay, what house does he live at? He lives at 40th and Broadway? No, he lives in Northlake somewhere. I'm not sure. Off like Northlake up the past Riviera? Like Lake Park, I don't know. Please, I think I understand they're going to come help in the Mediterranean route as well, but you're saying Travis Rudolph shot him here, so was he in a car? He shot him around his neighborhood. He came outside with a gun and shot at him. Shot at us. He shot at all of us. Okay, but where did that happen? You guys drove to this location? Yes, we were trying to get to the hospital, and we came down the street, and the car stopped working. Okay, Northlake. Are you shot as well, sir? I don't think I'm shot. I'm not shot. It's just him. Okay, do you know Travis's address? No, I'm not sure. Okay, so you guys were heading to his house, he came outside, shot at you guys, and you drove to this location? We came to talk to him. He came outside trying to fight. We were trying to get to the car, and he went back into the house, got a gun, came outside, we were in the car, driving away, and he started to shoot at us. Okay, well, how many other people are with you right now? 2, and my friend who was with us, I don't know where he's at. We drove away first he started shooting. Yes, please! Okay, you see the police? Yes, we see the police. All right, go ahead and flag them down, okay? We flag them down. Please. He's right now. He's going to catch us. Please. Oh my gosh, I love you, bro. I love you.
That is not the voice of someone who spent time stopping to throw away firearms. That is not the voice of someone who didn't care about getting his friend to a hospital. That's the voice of a man who is terrified about what he just experienced and that his best friend, who's sitting right next to him, is now dead. What does murder begins where self-defense ends mean? It is unlawful to use or continue to use deadly force when the attacker or intruder is no longer an imminent threat. In Florida, self-defense instruction is called the justifiable use of deadly force. It has both an objective and a subjective component, and we'll talk about that. Justifiable use of deadly force is the instruction that you will likely spend a lot of time on, so I'll talk to you about it here. It reads, Travis Rudolph was justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed that such force was necessary to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm to himself or another, or the imminent commission of attempted murder, aggravated battery, or aggravated assault against himself or another. And then it defines what deadly force is, which you probably didn't need. Yeah, it's the kind of force likely to cause death or great bodily harm, the kind from shooting a firearm. In the instructions, it wants you to consider the following. In deciding whether Travis Rudolph was justified in the use of deadly force, you must consider the circumstances by which he was surrounded at the time the force was used. Here's a subjective standard. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that Travis Rudolph actually believed the use of deadly force was necessary. Here's the objective standard. Moreover, to justify the use of deadly force, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have had to believe the use of deadly force was necessary. So it's not just about what Mr. Rudolph was thinking. It is also about what a reasonable, objective person thought was reasonable and necessary under the circumstances. Initial aggressor. Why is this important? Well, if a person in the state of Florida starts a fight, starts an issue with someone, and then that person simply reacts to it, that potentially could be self-defense. However, if the initial aggressor, the person who started it all, clearly shows an intent to remove themselves from the violence, but the person who the force was used against first decides they're not done and would like to continue the violence, that's where we have the problem. Is this aggression? Is it? That will be the question before you. You seem to be speaking calmly. Can I speak to Travis? Gotta holler at him. And we know, perhaps at the beginning, the notion that someone could possibly be wanting to speak to someone in the middle of the night sounded ridiculous. But then we heard more about the story. These people aren't strangers. They call each other little bro and big bro. They know each other. They go to family events together. They are not strangers. We also know that Keyshawn Jones made 6 separate attempts to speak, one of which, according to the records, was rejected. So the fact that Mr. Jones went over there to talk with his friends is not out of the realm of possibilities, not based on what the evidence shows us. We also know a fight happened outside where no weapon is used. How do we know that? I know you heard differently, so you're like, tell me, Miss State Lady. Let's look at the evidence. First part that's cut off there is independent witness Mr. Estes saw no guns. He's watching this fight, enough so that he's like, oh, trouble's gonna break here. I'm thinking perhaps I should get my gun, just in case it gets wild. But he did not see any firearms. He testified to that fact. Then the red video clip shows no guns at the time that the defendant says he saw the firearm. You remember during his cross-examination, as Mr. Rudolph was up there, had to pause to look at what was going on at the time he's making his way into the residence. No guns. Tyler Robinson testified that the gun remained zipped in his pant pocket. And you know, at first when he said that, some people might have been thinking, well, isn't that unlikely? Isn't it unlikely that you brought the gun and forgot it was there because you got into this fight and then the shooting happened and you just simply forgot it was there, and then you listen to the circumstances? He got into a fight out at 550 Teat Drive. It was a physical fight. Fists, kicks, hits. He even admitted that at one point he did try to choke the defendant. He admitted all those things. And he said his gun remained in the zipper pocket because he didn't go there with the intention to try to shoot anybody. He didn't want to.
I'm sure she's going to cover it, but then he lied about having it with him. Period. He got rid of it. He only had to come clean because it was found. Miss State Lady, as you called yourself.
And you know, you can believe a lot of things or disbelieve a lot of things, but then you have to look at what actually takes place after. Mr. Robinson never shoots back. This is the person that they claimed is sent over there to shoot his shit up and actually kill him. He never, even when shots are coming through the windshield, instead he lays on top of his friend and gets the bullets into him. Perhaps he's a hero. Because he managed to stay cool to keep that firearm in his pocket. He managed to put his body over another person so they wouldn't be struck. Keyshawn Jones and Christopher Lowe also testified there were no guns. It was a fist fight. Even Linda Rudolph, she didn't see any guns because there were no guns out there. Dara Rudolph also didn't see the guns out there. There are no guns involved in this fist fight out front.
Except there were guns out there. You just said it.
So let's look at the circumstances under which Mr. Rudolph grabbed that assault rifle.
I wish I'd dim the lights so we could see.
Travis, no. Come on, please. Travis, no. Please, please. Travis, no. That's his mother. Because Mr. Rudolph has now escalated what was a physical fight to introduce a firearm. How does Daryl get down Redwood? It's an interesting question. It also forms the basis for another interesting question, which is, are you defending yourself or are you pursuing people that you think have wronged you? Are you? We already saw the map. This is where Mr. Rudolph lived and where the shooting scene occurred. On the map, you have it in evidence, states 1. Everybody else is indicating that that fight happened closer to the house up here, which makes sense, and I'll show you why in a little bit. So then how do they get all the way from up here to all the way down there if they weren't pursuing the young men as they ran away? What's this? This is all 7 individuals on camera. Keyshawn Jones with his hoodie, Daryl Rudolph with his white t-shirt. Then you see persons, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 4 young men that came to that house. Then there's Daryl Rudolph, Mrs. Rudolph, and Travis Rudolph. All 7 accounted for. What point in the video is this? Mr. Rudolph is making his way into the house before he grabs the assault rifle. There's no fight happening, ladies and gentlemen. It stopped. Everybody is calmed down. He escalated it. This now is Mr. Rudolph after he's exited the residence with the assault rifle and slips. White t-shirt. Daryl. Didn't realize he was in that video, right? He's there. He's not down the street. He's right there at the corner of the front lot. At the beginning of the Ring video, something interesting happens. You hear a male voice say twice, he's going in the house. There's so much happening on that video. But listen again. I'm going to just back up so we can get to that. I'll let you. He's going in the house. He's going in the house. Keyshawn Jones testified that he started yelling that to his friends as he started headed down Redwood. Why? Because they're all concerned about what Mr. Rudolph would come out of that house with. So they all start making their way down to the car. Keyshawn, Chris, Sebastien start hurrying down Redwood. Tyler is the only one that remains and is confronted with that assault rifle. Everybody else runs off. Tyler, no gun in his hand. You got that, you got that. Even Mr. Rudolph had to admit to him that means I'm surrendering. So how did Daryl get down Redwood? It's clear both Sebastien and Chris try to leave after he's going into the house, but are delayed by Daryl at the tree near the house. Daryl, for reasons unknown, follows them instead of remaining at home. Now, according to Daryl's testimony, Daryl said he went down on Redwood to create distance between himself and the 2 men, that's Sebastien and Chris, during the fight. But it's unreasonable that it would be Daryl's only option. As you can see clearly in that video, there was no one around him when Mr. Rudolph came out of that residence. He made his way down there of his own volition. People testified, nobody dragged him down there. Nobody pulled him down there. And we know even later that night, Daryl is still pursuing people he shouldn't pursue. Daryl is definitely not dragged down that street. How did Travis Rudolph end up down on Redwood? Well, he said he turns his attention to Daryl after Tyler runs to the car. So basically after the Ring video we just watched, you got this, Tyler books it and starts running back to the car. Mr. Rudolph's own testimony is that Tyler keeps running. He even passes where Daryl is and runs to the car. Then Travis Rudolph says he sees his brother. And before he can even reach him, ladies and gentlemen, this is his own testimony. 40 to 50 feet before he even reaches Daryl, he realizes that all the men that were fighting with Daryl run off back to the car. He hasn't even gotten to wherever Daryl has ended up. So how does he get all the way to being in front of the car that he sees firearms? It's because he followed them. He pursued them. In the state of Florida, you are allowed to stand your ground. In the state of Florida, you do not have a duty to retreat if somebody is coming at you in a place you have a right to be. But you do not, ladies and gentlemen, get to pursue people and then claim self-defense. Let's take a look at this video. It is not the clearest. It really isn't. But it is the best window we have into what actually happened and how it happened. You start seeing the little shadows. I'm not telling you you can tell who every single person is. But if you pay long enough attention, you can see the four figures make it back to the car and the rear lights come on and start moving before that flash comes on. The car actually backs up, not drives forward. They are trying to leave. They have signaled they do not wish to continue any violence. And Mr. Rudolph cannot take that for an answer. He shoots 39 times, 39, into this vehicle as it moves and drives away. That is not self-defense. By the time the defendant starts shooting, the Cadillac has already moving away. It has reversed, and then Porky Sean, under these conditions, trying to make that three-point turn to get away. It's 12:11 a.m. First muzzle flash. Car's already on and backing up. Look how far Mr. Rudolph is from that vehicle. Saw firearms, my foot. Didn't see any firearms. Couldn't have. That is a tinted window on the side of that car. Could not have seen it. Why is he even down there, ladies and gentlemen? Why is he down there but to pursue? So let's talk about what Mr. Rudolph could or couldn't have seen, based on just common sense things that we know about the area, the dark video we were looking at, and the circumstances of the lighting. This area of Redwood is dark enough. There's some street lights, I'll give you that, but they're not so bright that they're illuminating everything that we can see every single person. The interior light of the Cadillac is clearly not on. Cadillac has tinted windows. We heard that testified to by the person that was driving it, but also by the CSI, and we see it for ourselves on the pictures. Sebastien actually barely makes it into the car. He had just slammed the door when that car starts moving, and then Mr. Rudolph started shooting. He doesn't have time to find a firearm. Given the distance between the defendant and the car, it literally is extremely unlikely that he saw anything inside that vehicle. Defendant claims a gun was pointed at him by Sebastien. Well, isn't that convenient? Well, you gotta have to explain why you shot that one person in particular so many times. Let's talk about evidence of a firearm. Tyler's gun is found that night. Everybody knows that. Tyler admits the gun was on him and in his pocket. And ladies and gentlemen, a very important fact that I think goes amiss in the conversation about do you have to wait for someone to shoot you to shoot back? No, you don't have to wait. But if somebody else has a gun out, ready to go, they're gonna fire back after that 39 shots being fired at them. It defies logic, honestly. Sebastian's hands. Was he holding a firearm? Bulges in the pockets. Let's talk about it. So the first photo you saw had Sebastian's hand looking like this. Defense experts said firearm likely in Sebastian's hand. Could be nothing. Could be another item. Then, Dr. Osborne from the medical examiner's office testified that Sebastien had a spinal injury. So that's going to have an impact on how his body rests. Then, Sebastien not in full rigor mortis. So if an item was in fact taken from his hand, according to Dr. Osborne, it would just lay in whatever natural state it was in. It wouldn't keep its form because he's not in full rigor mortis, such that you can get the gun out and it just remains there. The hand consistent with holding nothing at all. Well, let's look at that. Isn't it weird how perspective changes things? You want to see a firearm in somebody's hand when there's no firearm there? You can, depending on the angle of the photo. But this is Sebastian's hand. Just looks like it fell. This is Sebastien's hand. It just looks like it fell. It really is pure speculation that a defendant could not only have seen one gun in Sebastien's hand, but the unlikely event that he could see two guns, to include the one in Tyler's hand. And let me talk about that for a second. Perhaps feasible that you can see a gun pointed at you through a windshield. I'll give you that if you're close enough, although he wasn't. But how do you see the muzzle of a gun that is not being fired in the dark, in the crack, on the other side of a car? How do you see that? How do you see that? You do not. The defendant received the discovery in the case. He had the pleasure of sitting and listening to everybody else's testimony.
I'm sure it was a pleasure.
You have to put a gun in the hand of the people who you shot. You just have to. Well, we knew Tyler had a gun. That wasn't a mystery. So now let's make something about this hand posture. Defendant expert was paid $600 an hour to say it could have been a gun and it could have been nothing at all. But even he had to admit it could have been nothing at all.
So if you weren't watching and see the picture, his hand is like, I can't do it, but it's like his hand was around something here. Oh, and this was around something too, but it wasn't all of it. So it wasn't like I picked up my tea and then my hand stayed like that. I don't have obviously a firearm in here because that would be weird for me to stream with a firearm right by my side. But his hand was, so if this is the firearm, and then you had this finger that was looked clearly like it was on the trigger, and that the medical examiner that she's now going to go over about how much money they paid him said this called a death grip. And he went over how you see it in the military, you see it in on self-deletings, you see it and lots of cases where people have been holding a firearm. And I think Sebastien probably died very suddenly. Just my opinion. But that's the hand that she's showing. It really does look like they took it out and then discarded it, and then the lead detective never looked for it.
What about the bulges? What about the bulges? What about the bulges? Bulge here? That's Chris Lowe. He said, I had my phone in my pocket. Why should you believe him? Well, we know he had a phone in his pocket. That's the phone that was used to make that 911 call we listened to. Sebastien's over here, but he also had some type of bulge in the front pocket. And we know Tyler, you can't even see a bulge in his pocket, and he actually does have a gun. Chris testified that the bulge was his phone. And we know it's the same phone he used to make that 911 call, which is completely consistent with the rest of the evidence in the case. That he would have had it on his person so that after the shooting, he can reach for it to be able to call 911. Sebastien had 2 sets of keys that were found in his front right pocket. There was no evidence found in his pocket or anywhere near him that it was a firearm. What is reasonable doubt? Reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt. It is not speculative. It is not imaginary, and it certainly is not forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. I want to talk about a very important instruction. Justifiable use of deadly force. This is another part of it. The use or threatened use of deadly force is not justified if you find that Travis Rudolph used force or the threat of force to initially provoke the threatened use of force against him. So earlier I was talking about initial aggressors. Clearly, we're not there anymore because that's not where this shooting happened. I'm talking about down on Redwood. How do you get all the way down there? Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, even under the unlikely circumstances that they had firearms and in fact pointed them, think about what those men would have seen. This firearm. Big one, 6 Sawyer. With the drum. Heavy thing, by the way. You're allowed to touch things. Coming at them from somebody who's running towards them or walking towards them. somebody they're trying to escape, someone whom they're literally trying to flee. They would have had every right to turn guns on him at that moment. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that did not happen. They did not have time. They didn't have time. They got in that car, the car started moving, and they were screeching away, or trying to. It is not justifiable use of deadly force. That is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. At the time Mr. Rudolph is firing his gun, what is going on that he's out from? Isn't he the one that's initiating? If he's running all the way down to Redwood where they are? Isn't he the one that is pursuing and not, quote, defending? They are trying to run away. I want to talk to you now about the charges. First count, first-degree murder. The state must prove elements of first-degree murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Here are the elements. The victim is dead. Well, we know Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. The death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant. We know that because it's not justified. There was a premeditated killing of the victim, and I'll talk to you about the ways you can assess whether or not something is premeditated. Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I noticed it as we were going through the jury instructions as well. Sometimes Sebastian's name is spelled here with an I-A-N, like I have done here. His name is actually spelled with an I-E-N, and we'll have that corrected for the verdict form. But we all know who we're talking about, Sebastien Jean-Jacques. Sebastian's lifeless body is discovered at 40th and Broadway. According to the medical examiner, his spinal cord was transected, he had lacerated liver, and a bunch of other things that he talked to us about. Cause of death was the 10 gunshot wounds, but of course that particular one penetrating to his torso. Beyond a reasonable doubt, Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead, unfortunately. Element number 2, Sebastien Jean-Jacques' death was caused by the criminal act of Travis Rudolph. That has also been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You can hear the car, and then you can hear the shooting. They are leaving. They are leaving. Let them leave, Mr. Rudolph. Revenge. To exact punishment or wrongdoing, especially in a resentful or vindictive spirit. To take vengeance, to inflict punishment. Avenge, the act of revenging, retaliation for injuries or wrongs. Something done in revenge, a desire to retaliate. He had lost a fight. I'll grant you this, it was not a fair fight. 4 men came over to his house and they were ready for whatever he wanted to do. And they fist fought outside. Tyler, like I said, admitted, yeah, at one point I choked him because I saw him on top of Keyshawn. They were fighting. And you saw his injuries. He had some cuts and scrapes and bruises. Some of the others testified about their cuts, scrapes, and bruises. What you will not hear is broken legs, broken femurs, broken throats, slit throats, or anything that involves a weapon or serious bodily injury. So let me put not just self-defense, but the rest of some of the defenses that you've heard in context. There's a section that will talk to you about excusable homicides. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the following 3 circumstances. When the killing is committed by accident and misfortune in doing any lawful act by lawful means, using ordinary care without unlawful intent. That's not this. We know Mr. Rudolph knew exactly what he was doing and he did just that. 2, when the killing occurs by accident or misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. I want to talk about that one a little bit. I'm sure you heard the heat of passion instruction as the judge was reading it, and I want to talk to you about what that is intended for. It is not intended for a fist fight in the front of somebody's home. It is intended for the kind of thing that causes a regular human being to lose all logical sense. What am I talking about? You walk into a room and your 4-year-old daughter is being raped by somebody. You completely lose your mind and you kill that person. That is heat of passion. You walk into the room and your wife is having sex with somebody. You completely lose your mind. That is heat of passion. Something that causes you to completely lose your senses. You're not making proper judgments about whether or not guns are being pointed or not being pointed. You're not making proper judgments about the distances between places and things. You have lost your mind because of the things you have experienced or seen. That is heat of passion. And heat of passion has 5 parts. Every single one of them, like all the other elements, must exist for it to be so. We'll get to it later. When a killing is committed by accident, misfortune, resulting from a sudden combat, if a dangerous weapon is not used, again, not the circumstances of this one. Heat of passion. All 5 elements, A, B, C, D, and E, all end with an and then, of course, last one. First one. An issue in this case, whether Travis Rudolph did or did not have a depraved mind, and also you'll see it there for the premeditation. Why? Because heat of passion is not a full defense. It is a partial defense. It's a defense against the intent requirement of crimes. And so its focus is not going to be manslaughter or some of the other types of charges. It's like first-degree murder that requires premeditation. It's like second-degree murder that requires depraved mind, you know? So it's focused on intent. So the instructions are very similar except for the language here, which either talks about premeditation or depraved mind. So we'll focus then on just the elements. There must have been a sudden event that would have suspended the exercise of judgment in an ordinary reasonable person. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. The stuff that changes you from a regular human to an animalistic one, where you are going on pure emotion and feeling. The kind of stuff that drives a person so crazy that they cannot logically function or think. Not a fist fight. Not a fist fight. But okay, a reasonable person would have lost normal self-control, would have been driven by a blind and unreasoning fury. That's what I'm talking about. Unreasoning fury. Because guess what? You walk into that room and that stuff is happening. You're not thinking about consequences. You're not thinking about anything other than getting it to stop. C, there was not a reasonable amount of time for a reasonable person to cool off. So even if, for some reason, you're like, well, I think people showing up to your house in the middle of the night could be this kind of thing, which I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it's not. It's not intended for that kind of combat. It's intended for the kind of thing that drives you out of your mind. But even if you thought it was, look at C. No time to cool off. It's done. Before he even goes into the house for the assault, they're running away back to the car. It's done. There is a reasonable amount of time for somebody to cool off and chill out. D, a reasonable person would not have cooled off. So this isn't just Rudolph now and how he's feeling. This is a reasonable person, objective standard portion of the heat of passion. Reasonable person under the same circumstances? Oh, thank God, they're finally leaving. Let me go back in and call 911. E, Travis Rudolph was in fact so provoked and did not cool off before he committed. So all 5 would have had to be present. But you don't even start here because you don't have unreasoning fury, the kind of thing that causes a person to completely black out, lose their mind. Element number 2, Travis Rudolph pursued fleeing subjects. Victims got in their vehicle, reversed, and were then hit with a spray of gunfire. That has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt because that's not people just saying it, that's us seeing it with our own eyes in the video. Revenge is not self-defense. Travis Rudolph, like I said, had a right to be angry. Show up to anybody's house in the middle of the night, especially getting into their relationship and telling them what they can or can't do. You're a grown person, absolutely you have the right to be angry. Travis Rudolph also did not have to retreat. He's at his house. He doesn't have to run away back into his house at the time that he's opening that door. No, he could have stood there. He could have stepped outside and had a fight with them on his own lawn. Absolutely. He did not have a duty to run back inside at that point. However, Travis had no right.
Really? Because Attorney Comeover hammered his brother on that. Why didn't you go back inside? Why didn't you go back inside? Repeatedly, over and over and over and over again. So make up your mind, state. Which is it? Do you either have to go back inside or you don't? Because you guys made it sound like you should have. And he was at fault for not.
Right to pursue fleeing subjects. The minute you think that you can play judge, juror, and executioner, the minute that happens, therein lies the problem. People can really cause you to lose it, and you become angry enough that you think you have the right to do whatever you want, but that is not the law in the state of Florida. If they are running away from you, if they have signaled that they wish to stop the violence by literally turning their backs, running and jumping in a car that's trying to get away, you can't keep shooting. You can't start shooting. Let's talk about premeditation. It's element number 3. And you'll see that I'm speaking primarily about Sebastien Jean-Jacques here as I talk about this element, but of course premeditation also applies to the other charges because it's attempted first-degree murder as it relates to Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. Premeditation, what is it? Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. You have made up your mind. I would like to kill this person, or I want to kill this person, or I need to kill this person, whatever your thoughts are. I need to eliminate this person. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. Why? Because some people do it for months. Some people do it for years. Some people do it for days. Some people do it for minutes. Some people do it for seconds. But the end result is the problem: killing someone when you've decided that they should die. The period of time, however, must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. So it can't just be, oh, go shoot their shit up, but nothing's actually happening to make that happen. The person has to actually have a thought, I want to kill the person, and then go about making it happen and have that time to reflect. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by who? You.
Hang on. Hang on just 1 second. Travis didn't say he wanted to go shoot up anybody's shit. They did. That's what they were told to go do. So are they not the ones then that kind of went over a little premeditaty? Why aren't they charged? Never got charged. Not with a single thing. Could have been charged with a felony because he was carrying the handgun wrong. There was other stuff that they went off with that they could have charged him with. Not a single thing. Not one, not even a ticket. For, I don't know what you give him a ticket for, but not a thing. So premeditation to me goes to the other side because they followed the instructions they were given and they went. Off they went by Dominique's instructions to go shoot up his shit.
You're the judge of the fact. This judge in the robe gives you the law. You decide what the facts are in this case. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Where does premeditation come from? We talked about some of these things in jury selection. It's the circumstances of what's happening immediately before, during, and after. It is the nature of the weapon used. Why this one instead of that one? Why a rock instead of a gun? Why a gun instead of a knife? The presence or absence of adequate provocation. It is not okay to take a gun to a fist fight. Previous difficulties between the parties. The manner in which the homicide itself was committed. Is this one shot to the head? Is this 39 shots? It matters. The nature and manner of the wounds inflicted. Is this clearly indicating that the individuals were trying to get away? Yeah, like Travis Rudolph is shooting here, and Tyler Robinson is getting bullets to his back. Sebastien Jean-Jacques, as according to the medical examiner, most of those were from the back. Whether the initial aggressor removed himself from the conflict. Whether or not there's any break in time between the initial provocation and then what happens. Those are all things you get to consider. My favorite thing, your favorite thing, everybody's favorite thing, videos. Why? Because they don't lie. They are what they are in the moment they're capturing. The defendant claims he ran into the house to get his assault rifle because he saw Tyler pull out a gun. Video clearly disproves that. I ask him, show me, where? Where is he with the firearm? It's not possible. Video does not lie. Daryl and Travis Rudolph claim that they were further down on Redwood, but the evidence and other testimony disproves that. Daryl is still on video after Rudolph outside with the gun that I showed you, that image with him over on the corner of the front lawn. Tyler is the only person still visible, but he is further away, backing into the street. Nobody's preventing Daryl from coming back home. Video proves no reason for Daryl to go down that street. He pursued them as they were fleeing. Video does not lie. Before Travis Rudolph even gets to his brother, all the men have run back to the car door. The door then closes, and the vehicle immediately starts moving. Travis Rudolph isn't even in frame yet. He's not even close enough yet. And then you see him, and then he starts shooting. He's clearly the one moving forward as that vehicle is backing up. Clearly. Video doesn't lie. The video does not lie. The defendant starts shooting after the vehicle had started backing up and moving away. Why do I keep stressing this, ladies and gentlemen? Because it is important. How can you claim that there's a threat to you? You must do this. You must be judge, jury, and executioner if they are getting away from you. If they are moving away from you, how do you prove necessity? How do you say it absolutely is necessity? I had to do it. I had no choice when they are getting away from you. Defendant claims he thought vehicle was coming at him. Well, the video disproves that possibility. It's clearly backing up. The video doesn't lie, ladies and gentlemen. Defendant claims he wanted the men to get away from him. It is literally what they are doing in the video. The video and the testimony corroborate they ran away. They got to the car. The car was leaving before the shooting even started. The video is damning on this issue. Shot spotter audio also doesn't lie. Defendant claims he wanted the men to get away from him. Shot spotter audio, you can hear the engine before even a single sound of the gunshots, indicating the car started moving and was in fact leaving, just like we can see on the video. That is also damning. 5 minutes. Thank you. Evidence of premeditation. The defendant here had an interesting choice of weapons. Defendant, as we know, had 2 guns. A handgun that we know was fully loaded in his dresser. He was more familiar with it, carried it. It's actually the one he carries concealed to Miami as he trains, as we heard numerous times. Then he had this assault rifle in his bag in the same room. Defendant selected the gun with maximum firepower and 100 rounds. That choice was not about self-defense. As we saw, nobody else had a gun out. He hadn't even seen any guns pulled in. Premeditated. Choice of guns. Pursuing people as they're trying to run away. Literally, your claim that they're coming towards you, completely disproven. Premeditated. He wanted to, quote, eliminate. Then there's attempted first-degree murder, also has 3 elements. And I noticed on some of your packets, it said 2 elements. It's 3. Anything first-degree murder is 3, even the attempted ones. So just correct that when you go back there. You'll see the 3, the numbered 3. Okay, Travis Rudolph did some act intended to cause the death of Tyler, Keyshawn, and Chris. I put them together here for ease of discussion. That went beyond just thinking and talking about it. Yeah, well, we've certainly gone beyond that. That's proven beyond a reasonable doubt. 2, Travis Rudolph acted with a premeditated design. We just discussed the premeditation. Why shoot them in the back? Why shoot them as they're leaving? Why even go down there? 3, the act would have resulted in the death of Tyler, Keyshawn, or Chris, except for someone prevented Travis Rudolph from killing them, or he failed to do so. Apparently another hero is Keyshawn. How he had the presence of mind, ladies and gentlemen, to get his friends out of that while getting shelled with 39 casings, we will all never understand. Rules for deliberation. You must follow the law as it is set forth in the instructions. I spent a lot of time making sure that when we selected you, that not only were you fair to both the defendant and the state, but that you would promise that you would follow the law. It is so integral, ladies and gentlemen, especially as you deliberate, to follow the law. It will not lead you astray. Just follow the law. And it makes total sense. But even if you think it doesn't, it's not your judgment call. Follow the law. And the law says, if a person starts conflict with you and then clearly indicates that they're trying to get away, you are not allowed to shoot them, and certainly not in the back. You cannot shoot at their vehicle as they're leaving. There'll be other rules for deliberation. You'll see them. But most important, that I bolded at number 7, your verdict cannot be based on prejudice, bias, or sympathy. You all promised that you wouldn't do that anyway. We picked people who, the minute they said sympathy, can't do it, bye-bye, nice to meet you. Thank you so much for your time. Because you have to be able to separate feelings that you might have about individuals and what the law requires and what the facts say. And you all said you could do that. So just do it. Follow the law. It's not about whether or not he's an ex-NFL player or an ex-celebrity or whatever else. It's about what he did that night to somebody else's family. Weighing the evidence. You'll get an instruction on that. The things that you should focus on. I'm not going to go through every single one with you. I recognize that you have the packet and you'll read it as you go through. But I want to talk to you about lesser included offenses. And Madam Clerk, if you can start taking from the other section. I want to start from the bottom. The least charge in front of you for your consideration. It's called aggravated assault. Aggravated assault, like the judge defined for you, that's on page 29 for a quick reference.
I hate when the state does this. Absolutely do not think it should be allowed at all. these make for compromised verdicts. If you cannot prove first degree, you charged first degree. If you can't prove it, too bad for you. These lesser included are crap. I've seen too many compromised verdicts because these were included. I won't talk very long. I watched a case where a woman shot and unalived her ex-husband because she'd found proof on her computer that he had been inappropriately touching 2 of her daughters. He came, she went to the police, did what she should. The police said, don't say anything to him. They were trying to build a case, but don't let her go with him. She wasn't having any issues. He wasn't asking to see. The one daughter that was remaining at home, the other one was an adult, had moved out. Until he showed up at her house one day and wanted to take the daughter. She would not let him. She was refusing. He was on a 4-wheeler or a quad, whatever. And I don't remember the circumstances of whether it looked like he maybe was she thought he was going to run her over or something. Anyway, she shot him and unalived him. The state charged everything. First, second, manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. I mean, everything that they could get, they charged her with. Jury came back not guilty on every count, but they came back hung on one. It was one of the manslaughter charges. The state then offers this woman 6 months later, because she's now waiting this whole time. Are they going to retry me or what are they going to do? They offer her a plea bargain. She has to plead guilty to the charge that the jury came back hung on, which is going to make her a felon. And they will give her time served. And this right here tells me they just wanted to win because those charges were 20 years. She had served 100 days and they gave her time served. She is now a convicted felon for the rest of her life. She's the sole provider for her children. I don't believe, if there's a husband in there, we never saw him. Good luck getting a job. So these lesser includeds are ridiculous because had they charged her how they thought they should charge her, she would have been found not guilty, walked away. But they had 4 counts for the jury to consider. 4 or 5. I don't remember. It was too many. So I hate these. Absolutely think they are very unfair.
If you want to get there, has 4 elements. Travis Rudolph intentionally or unlawfully threatened either by word or act to do violence. Here it says Christopher Lowe because this is his section, but obviously we're talking about Tyler, and Chris here. Then at the time, Travis Rudolph appeared to have the ability to carry out that threat. Well, yeah, certainly. Not just carry out the threat, it was full on happening. 3, the act by Travis Rudolph created in the mind of Christopher Lowe a well-founded fear that violence was about to take place. No, we passed, forgive the way I phrase that, taking it a little Florida here. We way past whether or not violence is about to take place. It is happening. And 4, the assault was made with a deadly weapon. Yeah, assault rifle, that counts. So that's the bottom. We know all those things are proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's take it up a notch. Aggravated battery is the next one. For ease, let's see. Let's go to count 2, page 22. Here, aggravated battery has 2 main elements. So basically, it is a battery, which is intentionally touching or striking someone or intentionally causing bodily harm to someone. But what makes it aggravated is the fact that either a weapon is used or there's great bodily harm, permanent disfigurement, permanent disability, or other. Clearly, we have that beyond a reasonable doubt. We know Tyler was actually struck, injured. Even as he testified before you, he was uncomfortable in pain from that wound, especially the one to his hip. He'll live with that one. Next one up, second-degree murder. Second-degree murder has two elements. Travis Rudolph, next page over, you can flip it, page 21. Travis Rudolph intentionally committed an act which would have resulted in the death of Tyler Robinson, or Keyshawn, or Chris. Their names are just not here because they have their own section. Except that someone prevented him from killing them, or he failed to do so. Well, we know that someone who prevented him from doing so, at least for Tyler, was literally the force of himself getting out of that car and running like hell and trying to get aid and finally being able to successfully get to the hospital and have that surgery. That's what saved his life, not Mr. Rudolph stopping. We also know that for the rest of them, what stopped it was Keyshawn literally pulling that vehicle away and driving away as fast as he could until it literally couldn't go anymore. A 10-minute drive for him took 7 minutes because he is scared and speeding to get his friend to the hospital. Unfortunately for him, he has to live with the memory of knowing that he never made it. I want to talk about imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind, because that is what differentiates first-degree murder from second-degree murder. First-degree murder is premeditated, second-degree murder, depraved mind. Imminently dangerous to another, demonstrating a depraved mind. That has three parts. A person of ordinary judgment would know that this particular thing is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another person. Well, yeah, shelling a car with 39 bullets, certainly. Yes, we have that. Number two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. Certainly ill will. He's upset, he's mad. Again, this isn't about whether or not he had the right to be mad, it's what you do with that anger when you have it. Because legally, you're not justified to do this. Then number three is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Shelling a car with 39 things, as you know, 4 people are in it. Whew, does that ever evidence or indicate an indifference to human life? So we have that beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's go up to the next one, first-degree murder, or attempted first-degree murder. Again, I told you what separates that is this notion that a person must have some premeditated design to kill. Second-degree murder doesn't care whether or not you wanted to kill him or not. Just that at the time, that's what you intended to do, and you have the elements for depraved mind, indifferent to human life. First-degree murder wants you, requires it of the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there's some kind of thought that you wanted to kill. You wanted to, quote, exterminate, end. I want to talk to you a little bit about some instructions that you're going to get that might seem a little confusing in the self-defense instructions section. And one of them has something to do called principle, okay? So generally speaking, principle theory is about when several people are involved in carrying out a particular act, and they're all guilty because they intended for the act to carry through. For instance, we all decide that we want to commit a robbery. I'm the driver, you have the gun, another person perhaps checks out the area. All of us in concert are making sure this robbery happens the way we want it to happen. It is possible for you all to be found guilty. Now it's strange, I know, because the principle theory here is about not Mr. Rudolph, because clearly he's not acting in concert with anybody else. He's by himself with his 6R rifle. It's now asking you to consider whether or not the victims in this case were committing crimes. Whether or not that's the reason Mr. Rudolph had for using force against them. And the same question that you were confronted with at the beginning, is this self-defense, will come back again. At the time that Mr. Rudolph was about to shoot and did in fact shoot, were these individuals, Keyshawn Jones, Tyler Robinson, Sebastien Jean-Jacques, and Chris Lowe, committing felonies against Mr. Rudolph? The answer is a resounding no. It is a resounding no. It is an offensive no. They were fleeing for their lives. The video proves that beyond a reasonable doubt. One moment, Judge, to confer with co-counsel. So before I leave you, I'm going to ask you to not just remember everybody's testimony, take a look at all the exhibits that the state has provided for you, and evaluate this case properly, looking at the law and actually taking the time to consider what was happening at the time that Mr. Rudolph chose to shoot his firearm, because that frankly is the most important part of all of this. Whether or not he cheated on his girlfriend, whether or not he was or was not angry with her for smashing a PlayStation or any of that stuff, that is not the point of this case. That's all for context. I told you at the beginning that there will be things at the end of this case that will not be that important. It will not be that important. I wasn't trying to psych you. It's a fact. This case comes down to, can you pursue people who you might think started it? Can you pursue them even as they're running away and driving away and shoot them and kill them dead? The answer is a resounding no. Bring back a verdict of guilty each count. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to stand up and stretch for a little minute, unless you need a longer break. Does anybody need a longer break before we start closing arguments for the defendant? No? All right.
Well, funny how your memory plays tricks on you. Because she did yell a few times in there. I remember her yelling. I remembered her yelling a lot more than that. Like, but I kept turning it off because I couldn't stand it. So, you know, when she started talking and then she was counting off the rounds that hit the car and driver's side, driver's side, driver's side, driver's side, I'm going, because that's, or I'm sorry, passenger side, passenger side. There was quite a few that hit driver's side, but then it was passenger, passenger, passenger. And that's where he said he saw the firearm being pointed at him. I don't know. I don't think it's effective when counsel from either side yells at the jury. I know they're trying to be passionate. I know they're trying to, you know, like, I believe this so much. Don't yell at the jury. Because I can tell you, if I was sitting on the jury, don't yell at me. I don't care which side you're on. It would probably just irritate me. I mean, I still have to look at the evidence, but I'm going to be irritated at you.
Okay, folks, take your seats again.
All right, here we go.
All right, you may begin, Mr. Shiner.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Counsel and good afternoon, members of the jury. Hell has no fury like a woman scorned. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Great argument by opposing counsel, but I forgot to talk to you about the facts of the case, about what the witnesses said, about Detective Vandal and her lack of investigation. If I didn't know any better, I was watching an episode of The Sopranos. It's just the names changed. Somebody disrespected a mobster's daughter, and they went to go whack him. They go kill him. That's what this case really is. Not just the video that shows you what it shows you. Of course it doesn't lie, but it doesn't show you the whole story. At the moment of truth, you can't see who's in that car and what they're doing or not doing. You'll never know. It's impossible. State can argue all they want. They weren't there. Shameful that you didn't get to see the real evidence in this case. It's a shame that nobody cared. Thank God he had lawyers that cared, that asked questions, wanted to know the truth. 10-minute interview by Detective Vandalin. 10 minutes for two people who are key witnesses and never go back to talk to them again. That defies logic. See, the two reasons for that: total incompetence, or she knew if she asked more questions, she'd have a problem. These guys were lying. Her incompetence would show. Either way, it shows. Either way. It's ridiculous. This is not Sherlock Holmes. This is Barney Fife. I'm sorry if I'm using old terms from shows and maybe RFD, but this is crazy. Palm Beach County, one of the most wealthiest counties in America. A 10-minute interview asking what happened. And that's fair? That's fair to Mr. Rudolph? Arresting him at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning with 2 10-minute interviews and shell casings and not give a damn about what really happened? Is that fair? How did he get away with that? How? How do you not search the photo? You saw the photos. I'm going to show them to you again. You saw this. You've all been paying attention. We appreciate your sacrifice. We know it's brutal, sitting there day after day, listening to this. You saw the photographs. You heard the testimony. There's a food truck behind the gas station or the car shop. They don't even know if it's working or open or not. No one even bothered going back to check. Why didn't anyone check? Tons of officers from West Palm. They're at her disposal. She's the producer of this case. If this was a movie, you'd probably walk out in the middle of it or change the channel, but you can't because it's real life. This is what she's giving you. There's not one mention from the state about Vandalin. Of course not. She's an embarrassment to the shield. She shouldn't even be a cop. Wow. Ridiculous, this investigation. And gives you questions that you're going to have for the rest of this case. You'll never know. No one will know what really happened. It's impossible to tell. Why can't you look behind a fence? It takes 3 seconds. Why? Why can't you get a ladder and look on a roof? I had no evidence there. I don't look for anything unless I know it's there. It's the most absurd statement I've ever heard. Been doing this a long time. A first-year cop right out of the academy would know you look for things. How do you know it's there if you don't look? She sounded like someone running for office that didn't know what she was talking about with all this, the totality of the circumstances. The investigation begins as soon as the arrest is made. What investigation was done afterwards? Nothing. You asked her everything she did afterwards. Zero. Took her a year and a half to get medical records. Why are they showing you all these photographs? Tyler Robinson's injuries. We told you he did it. There's no question he did it. They're not asking for sympathy, but they're showing you photos. Horrible photos. They could have showed you an anatomical chart, but instead the medical examiner comes in and painstakingly shows you every single wound, every single trajectory, which was right to left, by the way. No one was from the back. I even asked him, I turned my back. I said, sir, any shots come from the back? And he finally said, no. They're all right to left. Why are they showing you all this? But they don't take a single picture of my client, of Mr. Travis Rudolph, of his brother? What's going on here? The most absurd statement, she needs a warrant. That's ridiculous. You don't need a warrant to take a picture of another human being in public. It's absolutely false. It's a lie, along with many other lies. Can't check a database. The gun expert comes after her. Oh, detectives check the databases all the time. Everything she said was false, just about. It's ridiculous. This is not a shoplifting case. Even if it was, the person accused of shoplifting deserves a fair trial. She did absolutely nothing to give you all an ability to really know what happened. And that's not fair. It's not fair to him. It's not fair to the decedent's family. Most of all, it's not fair to you all. That's not the way we try cases in America. Thank God we have this Constitution where the police are checked. Because some police do a good job. And other police officers, as you've seen in this case, I'm not blaming all the cops. Most of the cops just did what they were told. But this lady was the captain of the show. And she didn't give a damn for whatever reason. Either she wanted to convict him and get a notch on her belt because she's a new cop. Oh, I got a celebrity. I got a former NFL player. I'm not going to give the jury any evidence to show I was wrong. Come on. This isn't Russia. It's not fair. It's not fair to anyone. Most of all, it's not fair to you all because you didn't see. How would it hurt if someone went back even? Even if you buy the excuse, well, I didn't look behind the fence because I had no evidence of guns. She ignored the hand. You don't need a doctor to tell you that. That's common sense, that hand could have been holding a gun. Why do I have to bring it up? That's her job. The crime scene people told you that they saw that and they said it could have been a gun. The lead detective is either completely stupid or a complete liar, or both. Why didn't she even look at that? Why? I make a big deal over we had to hire an expert. Of course we did. Police don't work for me. I can't call up 50 cops who've been to all these homicide scenes and start telling them to do this, do that, do this, start collecting evidence. I can't get out there and start bringing down the crime scene tape and we talk about this in jury selection and start looking for evidence that this cop didn't do. That's not my job. I'd get arrested. We'll talk about who should have been arrested in this case. The wrong people are sitting at this table. Dominique Jones, Tyler Robinson, Keyshawn Jones, and Chris Lowe should be sitting there for the death of their friend. They got the wrong person. They got the wrong person because nobody cared. And all they're going to do is show you that tape and play it 1,000 times so you hear the gunshots over and over and over. I heard thousands of gunshots in this case because I heard that tape over and over and over. It's 39. It is what it is. All in complete succession. You have no idea. The state has no idea. I have no idea what Travis Rudolph was facing that day. He didn't start this. Let's talk about the witnesses. I have a stack of notes. This is half of my notes from this trial, from these witnesses. And that's why we have you all there, because your memory is going to be better than mine. And I have stacks of notes on what these people said and the absurdity of their statements. So the way they acted, the way they disrespected us, made fun, made believe they didn't understand the questions over and over. And we'll talk about what happened down before Mr. Rudolph started shooting. Their own witnesses, whether you believe them or not, but their own witnesses, Keyshawn Jones, didn't say anything about that, but Tyler Robinson did, that Sebastien was fighting. And more importantly, Chris Lowe, I painstakingly went through it with him, that he said that Sebastien was fighting not too far from the car with Daryl Rudolph. I had a reason for asking that, because I know what the state was going to argue. There's no reason for this. None of this happened. He's an aggressor. He's a violent murderer. Is that what this evidence shows? Did he come out of his house? He probably should have came out with a gun. Maybe they would have ran away, these tough guys who cased out the place first, but he didn't. That's reasonable. That shows his character. You saw him on the stand. Most mild-mannered person. Shocking. He didn't even get upset when the prosecutors are accusing him of horrible things. He's still mild-mannered. So let's talk about what happened. And let's keep in mind what this case comes down to, like I told you in jury selection. There's no who did it. Question is, can they prove they made the charges? They rubber-stamped Vandelin's investigation and didn't give a damn, didn't question Ms. Rudolph, never did to this day. They could have sent her a subpoena, didn't care, because they didn't want to hear anything contradictory. Didn't ask Daryl Rudolph to come on in and tell the story. You expect those two people to trust the police after they arrest their son and brother with no evidence? They knew what happened. Call a lawyer. Don't go down there unless you make sure everything's on tape. Cops can lie to you. You heard that. Vandelin said that. She has a right to lie to people except about their rights. She can put a tape on, put a tape off. So why in your right mind would you go down there when they falsely arrest your son and your brother without protection to make sure the truth comes out? All they had to do was subpoena him. Oh, I've only done that 10 times in my career. You've done nothing in your career. The 2 or 3 cases you had. In this case, it was abominable. Abominable. It's horrible. And in jury selection, I was annoying you guys for about an hour and a half asking you the question. Every single one of you. There's even interruptions about this. Every single one of you I asked, if you remember, let's go back to jury selection a couple of weeks ago, but I know you won't forget because I was annoying, asking you these questions. What do y'all do if I prove, beyond all reasonable doubt, that no question, that my client was acting in self-defense? And everyone said, he's not guilty. Now you see why. Then you see the law and you understand it a little better. It's very confusing. It's a very complicated issue on justifiable use of deadly force. And then I said to you, well, what if the state proves he definitely was not acting in self-defense? No chance, no way. Beyond all reasonable doubt. Y'all said he'd be guilty. And then every single one of you, I asked the question, what do you do if you can't tell? Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Maybe he could have been, possibly not. And y'all said he'd be not guilty. Every single one of you. We maintain he was acting in self-defense. He is a hero to his mom and his brother. But there may be some unanswered questions. Why? Because no one searched. No one searched the path. Is his life worth a car drive down the path? Just to look. Is anything thrown out of the car? The next day they knew there was a gun. They knew it that night, actually. That morning. I heard the guy with the dog, McMichael, Agent McMichael. Thank God for Agent McMichael. Thank God. Because you wouldn't even know Tyler had a gun because he lied to the police. I'm hurt. I'm injured. I can't do this. It's not what the paramedic said. I'm not saying the guy wasn't injured. Of course he was. He was sitting upright. He had all his faculties about him. He never mentioned to the police he had a gun. Then he goes to the hospital. You think these trained detectives are going to question somebody when they're under anesthesia or medication that they don't know what they're talking about? Of course not. He doesn't even tell the next officer there was a gun. And his 2 friends lied. That 10-minute interview, which is absurd, never went back again because she didn't want anything to hurt her case. But now the truth's starting to come out. Y'all saw it a little bit. A glimpse of what she did or didn't do. That 10-minute interview, neither one of us had guns. Nobody in our car had guns. That's what they said. Is that true? Is that the evidence in this case? And you heard from Tyler Robinson, who's actually a multi-time perjurer who's never been charged for saying, I didn't remember in a hearing under oath in front of this court. And they give him a free ride for that too. A free ride for lying over and over and over just so they can protect Detective Vandelin and win this case. Is that fair? You come into a court and lie over and over and over and over and over and I don't remember. You come to a deposition and say, I don't really remember because Vandelin tells you, she tells Tyler that she had video and he thought there was video, so he was afraid to say what happened. A couple months after this happened, he still was under the belief that the video was working. Vandelin told him, he said. And in June, when he gave his deposition, he couldn't really remember what happened at the door. And then he comes in here today. A couple days ago, he remembers everything. He had to be arrested to get here last time in November. That's putting pressure on a witness to get him to say what you want him to say, to join our team. That's the power they have. It's scary. You saw the blue line here. You saw most of these cops sticking together. Ms. Perlette shows the one cop from West Palm Beach, the picture with the pockets. Oh, you saw the picture. I'll show it to you in a bit, buddy. Ms. Perlette walks up to the detective from West Palm Beach and shows him the picture with the guys with the pocket. Is that consistent with a gun? He looks at them. He doesn't want to answer. And he says, yeah, it was. It does look like a gun. I don't know if he had guns or not. I'm not an expert. It's not my job to know that. It's not your job to figure it out. It's their job. Why don't they even ask the questions? 5 months later, she said, I never thought about it until you raised it. They don't care. If they had a lawyer that was asleep at the wheel, you won't even be asked to even consider anything like that. You saw those pictures. These guys came armed. They lied. More importantly, Tyler Robinson, another lie when he comes in here. Until I get his deposition out, a prior statement. Remember that Sebastien was urging you in front of your friends to bring the gun, your gun? Remember that, sir? No. Well, I didn't show him the deposition. Now he's stuck. Prior under oath statement that he testified to. Yeah, well, that did happen. Sebastien was urging me to bring the gun in front of my two friends, Keyshawn and Chris Lowe. They all heard it. They were right there. Why are they lying to the cop? You heard Keyshawn's a smart guy. Going to school, wants to be a doctor or something, go to honors college. He knows what he's got to say. He's not going to say his friends had guns and pointed guns or pulled out a gun. He'll be in prison. Of course he's not going to say that on the 911 call. He's not stupid. They all lied about not having guns. Why are they lying about it? Common sense tell you that 4 guys go to somebody's house at midnight to talk? Are you taking your shirt off, Mr. Robinson? It's hot out. Come on. Lie after lie after lie. It's ridiculous. Detective Vanderlyn, does that mean anything to you? I don't even know whose black shirt it is, she said. Never even checked the DNA. What do you do if somebody doesn't remember Detective Vanderlyn? They come into court and lie and says, that wasn't my gun. Now you'll never even hear that. You'll just find that there was a gun found, but you won't even know who said it was theirs because the person said they can't remember. Take the DNA, check it out. Y'all got your own lab. Why don't you do it? I don't mean to be funny, but DNA in this case means do not ask. Do not ask what the results are of anything in this case. Do not ask questions from anybody. Ask a few basic questions. And that's it. Is that fair? Is that fair? You decide that. Does that give you information? Is there a lack of evidence? Is there a conflict in the evidence? A reasonable doubt can come from the evidence itself, a lack of evidence, or a conflict. Why didn't anyone check the roofs or behind the fence or the path? How hard is that? There's hundreds and hundreds of cops around who can do this. No one asked me to do it. No one asked me to do it. No one asked me to do it. That was every single witness's statement. And Vanderlyn's excuse was, I had no evidence there'd be a gun. Well, you did. You found out that night there was an extra gun, and you knew it wasn't Darryl Rudolph's. Well, something should tip you off there's another gun. Go back to 40th and 30th, and Broadway rather, and go check now that you found the gun. Nobody asked me to do it. She didn't want to know. She didn't want you all to know. She made the arrest, and she wants it to stick. She writes the report, the probable cause. She's the saleswoman who can write whatever she wants and arrest somebody. How scary is that? She can ignore everything she wants and put in whatever she wants and charge somebody with murder. That's scary. 2023, that's the way this thing works in Palm Beach County. But that's not the end of it. Because as she admitted, she has to have probable cause, even if she puts BS in her report. And I'm sorry I used the word BS when I questioned her. It's the first time I've ever done that in my life. So I was so flabbergasted at her testimony that she can come in here and double talk and triple talk and tell you, I need a warrant for this, I need a warrant for that. It's nonsense. It's an excuse to not do your job. It's foolishness. I wouldn't trust that lady if she's giving me a parking ticket. I would double check to make sure she knows what she's doing. My meter was expired. I'd go check my meter, think she's wrong. That lady don't give a damn about anything in this case other than getting a conviction and not letting you see the whole truth. And that's not fair. They can play those videos all they want. I challenge them to play them 1,000 more times, press the spot shotter another 1,000 times. You can hear those shots over and over and over. You can't see what happened in the final moments. And two guys pointed a gun. She wasn't there. She doesn't know. I don't know. Why would he lie about a gun? He forgets a gun in his pocket? Tyler forgets a gun in his pocket. Who forgets a gun in your pocket? Why'd you bring a gun? I wanted to be a man. That's what he said. I was riding shotgun. Well, he was riding handgun, but yeah, he was riding shotgun. He wanted to be a man. Is that what a man does? These guys aren't kids. They use the term boys over and over, and that's not fair either. They're not boys. These are men. He forgot he had a gun. Sorry, excuse me.
I just want you to notice this guy is speaking with no notes. I know he has those big stack of notebooks up there, but that's what he said. Those were all the questions and everything he had for the witnesses and statements from the witnesses. He's not, she was flipping pages and everything else. He's just got up and he's just speaking from the heart, I guess, from the lack of a better term, from memory, whatever. But he's just telling he knows, what he believes, and he's speaking a lot of truth because there was so many things done wrong by the state side in this case. And Detective Vanderlyn is number 1 on the top of that list for me.
He didn't forget he had a phone. Didn't want my phone to break. I left it in the car. Why is Keyshawn lying and telling y'all that his friend, Sebastien, brought his phone? Saw the pictures with the pocket. Now he knows the whole case. He saw the discovery like they're saying my client did. He sees everything.
Sustained.
This guy knows what's going on. He's told everything and shown everything. He knows what's happening. It's common sense. Why is he saying he has his phone with him? Because he knows y'all are going to see pictures or saw pictures of that pointy thing in there. That Vanderlyn says, no way, that's a gun. At one point, I even think she said, when I was showing you the picture, you got to be crazy or something like that to think that's a gun. Well, maybe I'm crazy, but I don't think I'm crazy on that point. It's possible that was a gun. It's a good chance it was a gun. You remember Dominique telling you that her phone messages wouldn't have mattered? Didn't happen. She got away with it, basically. Keyshawn told you the same thing, where he parked wouldn't have mattered. A lot of things wouldn't have mattered. They got caught. These are smart kids. These are smart young people. These are smart adults, whatever word you want to use. They fooled the cop, or she bought into their nonsense, didn't ask any more questions. I hate to say it, but she's a dummy. Vanderlyn, she didn't care. 10-minute interviews. I didn't arrest, and I'm being facetious, what Vanderlyn said. She was sitting right there, 5 hours. She deserved 50 hours. I stopped because it was getting late and tired. I'm sure y'all had enough. Could have went over and went double or triple that. I didn't arrest Dominique because on the 15th she told me that she erased messages. Yeah, she told her that day because she knew Keyshawn signed the consent, and now the gig is up. Now they're going to find out. She forgot she probably sent it to Tyler. And plus, the months it took them to download everything, and who knows what they were doing or what she was requesting. Miscommunication between me and the other officer who does the phone. Miscommunication. She had the password from Tyler Robinson. Why is she hiding that? Because I'm asking over and over for it. Takes 2 years to do it? Is that fair? She was trying to get away with not doing that too. Miscommunication. It's ridiculous. Things that went on here. It's not fair. It's not showing you the truth. It's not letting you even get to even close to being the truth. A good investigator, whether they did it that night or later on, we'll go back to the 40th and Broadway. Take a look. Take an hour, half hour. Put a drone up there. The sheriff's office got everything. Millions and millions of dollars. Taxpayers' money. Thousands of police officers working for them. West Palm would help. Not a single person looked. Then you would know. Did they dump it there? Did they not dump anything? Can't tell you. You'll never know. Did they come back and get what they threw out? Why didn't Tyler shoot back over and over? He'd shoot back. Probably forgot to put a bullet in the head, in the chamber. Can't shoot a gun. That was some of the testimony from the expert, unless there's a bullet in the chamber. You know, some of y'all know shoot guns. You all know this. If you try to pull the trigger, nothing's going to happen. My client wouldn't know that if someone's pointing a gun at him. That's the testimony. The gun was found without a bullet in the chamber. He pulls it out. Maybe he took the bullet out and threw it away. Maybe he didn't. I don't know. So many unanswered questions here. It's not Travis Rudolph's fault there's unanswered questions. The government took the job of prosecuting him and saying he's guilty, so they have to prove it. And y'all agreed to well and truly try the case against the state of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. Why didn't they treat their witnesses like they treated mine? Why did I have to get up there and start vigorously cross-examining them, arguing and fighting with these people until I was exhausted? Ms. Perlette was exhausted fighting with them. Is that fair? They represent the people of the state of Florida. It's not winning at all costs. It's not winning at all. Nobody wins in this case. Everybody lost. There should be more people on trial in this case, not my client. And that'll never happen because nobody cares. But your decision is to decide whether or not Mr. Rudolph is guilty based on the evidence. That's it. No one's going to ask you, did Van Glen do a good job? Did anyone commit perjury? Did anyone tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony? Anyone carrying a concealed firearm, Tyler, in his pocket, never get charged? Is this what we're about? Is this the court system that you get a free ride? I'm a homicide detective. I don't worry about those things. Is that really fair? 30-year felony, a 5-year felony, multiple other felonies? Forget about conspiracy to commit murder. Terroristic threats that you're sending to your brother and your brother sending back to you. Who knows what these people were saying to each other? We can't hear their phone calls. Who knows what she erased? The calls, the text? How come they don't take the phone from her that day? Why not? What's going on here? Dominique Jones is like Hurricane Andrew. I hate to use this silly analogy, but she is. Almost 31 years ago, Hurricane Andrew hit down in Miami and Homestead. And yeah, we saw the hurricane coming. I don't know if y'all lived in Florida back then, but people who lived here knew it was coming, but nobody thought it was going to hit that bad, and it wasn't that strong. No one took it for real. It's like Mr. Rudolph didn't take it for real. Hindsight's 2020. He should have. He should have. No one in his family did. No one wanted to believe it from the girl they loved. My mom treated her like a daughter. And Keyshawn and Tyler and Sebastien and Chris, they joined this hurricane. They were little tornadoes in there and joined it. Easy to prove the cases against them, all the things they did, but they're not on trial. I'm just talking about it because they get a free ride for everything they did. All in the effort to convict Mr. Rudolph and not let you really know the truth about what happened here by not looking for evidence, by not testing evidence, by not questioning people properly. And the hurricane hit his house, and he didn't see it coming. He's guilty of not being smart with women. Whether he was cheating on his girlfriend or not, no one deserves to get whacked or beat up by 4 guys. Even 1 guy. It's not fair. It's not their business. It's like a Sopranos episode. You go get your family, your brothers, and go whack somebody, go beat them up, go kill them. Is that fair? Is that what? Are these innocent guys? Are they heroes? That's what you call a hero? People that go thugs, 4 guys, and where I'm from, you call them hoodlums. 1 guy's a vigilante. You bring 4 guys, it's a gang. Or a posse, as the state used that word. Posse, whatever word you want to use. That's scary stuff. Detective Van Glen, anyone ever come to your house at midnight with 4 guys? Thank God, no. She said that. Probably the only truthful thing she said, because she didn't realize why I was asking it. Ask multiple officers, if someone's pointing a gun at you, can you tell it's loaded? No. You're going to shoot until you neutralize the force, until it's over. And they're trained. Yeah, I'm going to shoot. I'm not waiting to get shot first. It's common sense. If you see someone pointing a gun at you, you don't wait to get shot. You don't turn your back and run home like the state would want you to do. They wouldn't prosecute them for shooting my client anyway because they got a free ride. You'd be a dead man and be funerals and you'd read a little obituary, that'd be the end of it. You'd never know. Thank God he's here. Said he would do it again. God forbid he was put in the same situation. It's better to be tried by a jury than tried by these thugs. It's better. It's safer. Be alive. He lost 2 years of his life waiting for this. Prosecutor says, oh, is Mr. Sebastian's poor family? Yeah, I feel sorry for them. They have nothing to do with this case. It's horrible that a mother lost a son. When you find out the circumstances, it's also horrible that Mrs. Rudolph was terrorized by the gang of people that came there. This poor lady already lost her husband. She's so worried about security, she has a screen that I personally have never seen a screen in somebody's home, in their living room. She can't sleep at night, scared to death. And the state wants to beat her over and over and over by asking the same question. Why don't you call 911? I couldn't. I was terrified. It's a miracle this woman's even standing. It's a miracle. I'm not asking you to have sympathy for her. Just trying to talk about the facts of this case. the real story about what happened and why she had all those cameras. She thought they were recording. Police have that. I don't have their video recorder. They're telling you it didn't work. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't, but according to them, it didn't. Hopefully they're being straight about that. We got Mr. Nash's videos that really don't show you any details. And you can also see the oil slick. The car went forward first. It clearly did. Take a look at these pictures. You'll see it. How in the world with this evidence and not testing anything and not questioning people properly, why didn't Detective Vanderlyn go and talk to Tyler Robinson's brother and friend that were at the house to find out what these guys were talking about? She knew about that. Never even went there. It's silly, ridiculous already. Why not even attempt to do anything? I don't do something unless I know it's there. That is the most absurd statement I've ever heard in a courtroom. I've heard hundreds of people lie in a courtroom, but I've never heard a cop say that.
All right, sustained.
Never heard somebody say that, ever, ever, ever. I don't search unless I know it's there. They didn't arrest Dominique because she admitted she did tamper with evidence, a 30-year felony potentially. Well, if somebody walks in and says they committed murder, or attempted murder, or aggravated assault, and they confess to it, they're going to jail. But not this girl. I think she's working with them, trying to prove that they're telling the truth instead of being cold and neutral like she claims she is. Her investigation starts when the arrest is made. That's baloney. That didn't happen. Never started. Put the handcuffs on him. You got all those shots. He's got to be guilty. I don't want to hear from his mom. I don't want to hear from anybody different than what I already did. I did enough. I did a good investigation. She told you that. She really believes that, or she's lying again. She knows she didn't do a good investigation. She can't even admit she made a single mistake. Not one mistake. I made plenty of mistakes during this trial. I'm not the best speaker. I made mistakes in questioning people, and I apologize. Hey, I'm sorry. You're right. That answer, you're right. We're all human. The law on justifiable use or threatened use of deadly force in Florida, we'll talk about that in a second, but the burden of proof, and this is a long instruction, comes down to what the state has to prove, is Travis Rudolph does not have the burden. This is on page 10 of your instructions. Travis does not have the burden of proving he was justified. It's not his job to do that. It's not my job to do that. And you all agreed to this in jury selection, and this is the law that you all agreed to follow. This is on the second paragraph down, indented paragraph, where it starts with Travis Rudolph does not have the burden of proving he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. You don't even get the first-degree murder. You don't get the aggravated assault. You don't get to any of the lessers if he was justified in using self-defense, or you don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that he was justified. Then you don't even go to the instructions on murder, second-degree murder, attempted murder, because it's a defense to every single one of those charges, justifiable use of deadly force. Told you from opening statement, Travis Rudolph did kill Sebastien Jean-Jacques and did wound Tyler Robinson and did shoot at the other men. It's no secret. The question is why. So he doesn't have to prove. Travis doesn't have to prove, or the defense doesn't have to prove, doesn't have the burden of proving he was justified in using or threatening to use deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, which is Travis Rudolph, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using or threatening to use deadly force, just like we talked in jury selection. It really boils down to this. That's why I wasted so much time. But it really wasn't a waste, as you can see now. Because this is the heart of the question. There's no way any reasonable person at this point could say, with this evidence, beyond all reasonable doubt, he was definitely not using self-defense. There's no way anybody can say that in this case. Why? Because you don't have all the evidence. You have nothing other than a couple of videos which show what they show. And you hear the gunshots. It's never been in dispute. Ever. It's not in dispute. But you can't see who's holding the gun and who's not holding the gun. You don't even know if Tyler Robinson was in the car. You heard the bullets ricocheted all around the car. Little pellets come out, and according to the medical examiner, they break up. You don't even know what was in his body. They didn't show that to you. You don't know where he got shot. There's no blood in the back seat. How's that possible if he's laying on his friend, which is the first time he ever made that statement, as you heard in this courtroom? Or Slow says he wasn't even sure he got in the car. You can't tell from that video. I remember some cross-examination of Travis Rudolph yesterday where the prosecutor's showing him a videotape saying there's one guy already in the car. That's ridiculous. The guy was pressing the button to open up the door, so of course the lights go on. You can't see who got in which door. Vanderlyn, I may have to over and over and over. She's the lead detective. Who got in what door? I didn't understand what she said. Double talk. Couldn't tell you. Physical evidence doesn't tell you. You see, and I don't know if you saw it in this courtroom, but you do see Tyler Robinson going like this, but he doesn't fall down. No one checks the DNA. How do you know it wasn't Travis's DNA anywhere? How do you know it wasn't Mr. Rudolph, Dower Rudolph's DNA anywhere? Whose DNA's on that car? How did it get there? Some of the people, Detective Allen, didn't even remember there was blood on the outside of the car, but the crime scene people did, but no one checked it. Not important. Do not ask. So you found out that Keyshawn texted his sister first. That Travis is a dead man walking. He wants you to believe, well, I did it to satisfy her, make her feel better. He did it. He said it was in response. That's not even true. He texted her first. Travis is a dead man walking. Is this a person who's going to go over and talk to somebody with his 4 best friends, buddies? They all carry guns. Why is Chris Lowe trying on, according to him, not this day, but why is he checking his friend Keyshawn's gun in his pocket to see how it fits? Who carries guns in pockets? It's foolish. It's dangerous. Sounds like gangsters do this. Guns in pockets. He said he tried it on. Well, he didn't try it on, but he put the gun in his pocket to see how it fit. Before this case. What's the purpose of that? You get glimpses of these people. Glimpses of what's going on. You'll never get the full story because they're using all kind of social media calling where there's no tracking. FaceTime, there's no tracking. You can't hear or see what they're saying. You look up it online, you'll see this. It's easy to figure out. These young people know what's going on today. I don't even understand what Travis is talking about the dating stuff, about girlfriend, not girlfriend. I don't understand these terms. When I was younger, you're dating someone, you're going steady. Today, the terms are completely different. But either way, you could tell this is a battered man. He really is. His neighbor saw it. He's always getting hit, and he stands there like this. He had no clue that someone didn't have a right to hit him. That's sad. He really didn't know. He's a mild-mannered guy. You saw it. If I'm up there and someone's accusing me of stuff, I'll be fighting back. He doesn't even yell. Doesn't raise his voice. He's calm. That's who Travis Rudolph is. I'm not asking you to find him guilty or not guilty because he's a football player, but certainly that's important. This girl was looking for a payday. I'm a realtor. Ms. Perlette, have you sold anything? What she asked? I rented one apartment. COVID, I had nothing. I pay for everything. I'm a self-supporting woman. Then when she got pressed, but my mom is a medical assistant. That's a self-supporting woman. This is a woman who's a gold digger, who's hoping Travis gets back in the NFL. She took advantage of him. He was too dumb to see it, like most men. Not thinking with his right head. I hate to say that, but that's the truth. She's a gold digger. Plastic surgery. You already got a boyfriend. You need plastic surgery? I'm mad. The last 30 days, I haven't seen him. I'm getting angry. I don't trust him. He's in Miami. Trying to get back into he had a contract to play in the CFL, the Canadian Football League, the following month after this happened. Hoping to get back in the NFL, where he has many friends, as you heard, who are major players. Didn't bring their names out here to impress anyone. Didn't even mention one of their names. That's the reason why he carries a gun also. It's around wealthy people who are targets. It's not a joke. It's a dangerous community we live in. Dangerous country, unfortunately. None of those guns are illegal that he has. They're perfectly legal. You heard that from the testimony over and over. The drum of 100 sounds crazy, but that's legal. You can have 100 of them. You can have 50 of them, I asked the witnesses. Nothing illegal. He's trained. He has a concealed weapons permit. He's worried about security for his mom. She's worried about security. He's worried about security for himself and his friends. That's the truth. That's what's going on here. You got a glimpse of it. A glimpse. Not just like the prosecutor wanted to do in jury selection talking about, well, if there's a flag over here, it's got to be an American flag. You don't need to open it or anything like that. And then I gave you the silly example. What if the court administrator said, well, we had no money from COVID, we're buying flags from China, and they put little symbols on there, and that was the trial. You really want to know the truth. If someone's on trial for anything, or a flag's on trial, you want to unfold it. Why would you put blinders on, like they do? Remember watching the Kentucky Derby recently. Some of the horses have blinders. They can't see the other horses because they don't want them to get off track. They want them to just go straight. Well, who has blinders on in this case? Who? Who has the blinders on? Starts with the producer of this investigation, Detective Andelin. And hopefully it ends here in this courtroom. So how do you prove right now, how does the state prove to you, no matter how many times they show you those videos and play those gunshots and show you the autopsy photos and show you Tyler Robinson's injuries? Forget about all the witnesses. No one mentioned them to you. No one mentioned, you heard. I'm not even going to go through all this. This will take me an hour or two. About all the nonsense that these people said and how they acted. You saw the defense witnesses. Did anyone act like that? Anyone playing games? I don't understand the question. Anyone prior commit perjury and say I didn't remember? It's ridiculous. You saw that. You heard it. We trust all of you. That's why we put you all here together, that you use your common sense. That's something you should consider, how the witnesses acted, how they answered questions. Those are things that are important for you as jurors, and we all talked about that in jury selection too. How do you judge if someone's telling you the truth? I asked you all that question. How do you know who's being straight? What if they gave a prior inconsistent statement? Got to be shocked to learn that someone lied over and over at a hearing and in front of the same judge in the courtroom saying, I don't remember a thing. Maybe he doesn't want to get arrested again, so now he's on the team. The first responding officer, the guy wearing the mask. Y'all remember him? Probably the most credible I don't even know the right word, the most credible independent witness there is in this case. And he's wearing a mask. You can't even see his face or his eyes to judge his credibility, but you don't need to because you heard the intensity. I'm not going to say his name because you know why he's wearing the mask, but Officer P. You saw the intensity of how he was trying to save the guy. And he was so hyped up by saying, I was reliving the moment as he was talking. I'm sure you were too. That I felt my own pulse possibly. I was trying to make sure he was alive. That guy cared. He cared. That's what we needed on this case to find out more about what happened, or how it happened, where it happened, when it happened, who did what, who said what. Go back and question people. But he said something very important. Besides trying to save this young man's life. You remember what he said? He said basically that as he drove by going northbound, he didn't see the car. And then he made a U-turn because he knew it was at 40th and Broadway. He passed by again and sees the reflection of his lights on two I forgot the word, some like figures in the background. They weren't waving him down. Put that in his report. He testified to. He found that very unusual. What are they out of the car? What are they doing by the fence area? And not until he goes in there and says, y'all need police help. And they say, oh, my friend shot. He said, if it was me, I'd be out there jumping up and down. Hey, come get me. That's what he said. He was animated. That should tip off Detective Vanderlyn. There's something amiss here. Your first officer there says, this guy's acting weird. What's going on? What are they doing there at the gate? Why not, Chuck? I think you know the answer by now. This is not winning at all costs. Everyone lost here. Everyone. No matter what your verdict is. But maybe something will come out, something positive. Maybe next time they'll do a better investigation. Maybe next time they'll arrest the right people. Maybe Vanderlyn will get demoted and sent back to the academy to do her job properly. Hopefully something good comes out of this. When you weigh the evidence, one of the things you use is your common sense. Y'all have a lot more common sense combined than I'll ever have, so that's easy. Use your common sense. You should consider what the witnesses said, and when you consider that, how did they act? You saw how they acted. Tyler Robinson asking me if I need a potty break? You got a weak bladder, Mark. Calling me Mark. It's not a game. He doesn't care what y'all think. Of course he cares what you think. That's why he's tailoring his testimony to you. People who say they don't care what you think really care what you think. Why do you have to say that? Why is Dominique saying, I'm really smart, just like my brother? No, she's conniving. She's dangerous. She's not smart. Every time she gets caught, she has no choice but to say, yeah, I did do it. It's like Tyler Robinson. Yeah, a couple days later, they find the gun. It's either him or Keyshawn, because it's going to come back to the gun store as Keyshawn. And Keyshawn don't want y'all to think he had a gun with him. Look at that video if you want. If you need to do it, look at it again. You'll see him rubbing his right pocket. What's he doing rubbing his pocket? Before anyone came out of the house, he's moving the gun. Why is Chris Lowe in the background lifting up his pants? You'll see it. He's even on the pictures I have here that I blew up. He's lifting up his pants because he's wearing athletic pants, and a gun is weighted down, and his pants are falling down. All consistent with having guns. Why didn't they pull the guns out? They saw the cameras. Keyshawn said, no, I didn't pass the house. I drove and turned down Redwood. I never passed the house, but his two buddies said they passed the house. They drove right by it. They saw the cameras. Chris Lowe even said, when I was outside, I saw the cameras there. That's why I stood back. Tyler Robinson was the hothead. He couldn't control himself. State's wrong. Said the only person said that Mr. Robinson pulled a gun out was my client. That's not true. Travis Rudolph told you he pulled a gun out on him also on the side of the house. He's a dangerous man. These are all dangerous men. The principal theory is if they were committing crimes, they're all equally guilty. They're not on trial here, but why it's important is for y'all to understand the principal theory. It's basically like the Three Musketeers. Here we got the four. One for all and all for one. And if one guy, like the prosecutor told you, is the getaway driver, and the other guy goes into the 7-Eleven to rob the store and he kills the store owner, they're both guilty of murder. Same thing in this case, the reverse. If these four guys came there to do what they were going to do, and you all know probably what they were going to do, most likely, definitely, despite what they have told you, then they're all equally guilty. And then, if they're guilty of ag assault, any felony, ag assault pointing a gun, any one of them, not two, not three or four, just one of them, they're all equally guilty of doing that. And then Mr. Rudolph had a right to shoot all of them because they're all together in this. They caused this. Blaming my client for coming out without his shirt? That was an insinuation the government had. He was sleeping. It's his house.
Yep.
So he came out to start a fight? His own brother was so angry. He's cursing at him and screaming. You saw a glimpse on the video. What are you doing with this woman? Storms out of the house. The old neighbor telling the brother, tell your brother, Travis, it's the wrong woman. Sick and tired of hearing this nonsense. When DJ came home, he wasn't interested in this. He was working all day, trying to help his mom. He's a farmer boy. That's who DJ is. You heard that. He's got chickens, a potbelly pig. He's got all kind of bearded dragon, according to his mom. She thought it was an alligator. But whatever, this guy loves animals more than people. He's a homebody. He stays in his room. That's what he does, and he works. And he's sacrificing his life for his mama. That's who Darryl Rudolph is. He wants to be in Alabama with his horses and growing crops. Not a violent young man. Says Rudolph should be proud. She raised two very well-mannered sons. You saw that. And he's sacrificing for his own mom to be with her. And that's admirable. He did nothing wrong. He's a victim in this case. He's a total victim. He's not involved in the relationship. He's not involved in any of this nonsense, what's going on between Travis and this young lady, Hurricane Dominique. He's not involved in this. Comes home from work, and what happens? Oh my God, all hell broke loose when she opened up his phone. I didn't bring it to his phone. I had the password. He gave it to me. Who cares? He went to his phone. Come on. You didn't trust him. She lost her payday. She was hoping to win the lottery. And she probably promised her brothers. Remember that text from Tyler? Hey, I love you so much. I got you. Probably promised them when Travis makes 20, 30 million bucks, I'm going to share it with you guys. Not anymore. Just got thrown out of the house. You know it's the end of the relationship. Tries to break the windows. He hits him with a liquor bottle. Breaks his phone. Oh, how come the police didn't show you the phone? Why don't they open the phone and charge it up and show you now? I guarantee it doesn't work. What's the difference? Does it really matter? Trying to insinuate he took pictures of himself? That was vandalism. He took his own photographs of his injuries. Why didn't you blow him up so they can see him? I don't want to do that. Why didn't you do that? And then it really comes out, well, he didn't blow him up. His phone was broken and his sister took him. And the police still have his phone, so there was no way for us to get him out of that phone. Had to come from the sister. But they're trying to leave you with a different impression about everything in this case. Everything, and that's not fair. Be straight. You all know that. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the questions? I don't think so. Most of them did not. Not the civilians. Not at all. The witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Of course. Everyone did in this case. They don't want to be charged with anything. They're on their team. You even see the way the officers slant their testimony a little bit. You saw that. You saw that with several of the police officers. Not all. Not the firearms expert, not the first witness, not several of the West Palm officers until they were shown that picture. And then, oh, it looks like a gun, but I don't want to say it. But he had to say it. Any pressure been used on the witness to affect the truth? Well, coming into a courtroom, being forced, I was escorted by 2 police officers. They didn't put handcuffs on me. Well, that's being forced. And then you lie about everything. Now you're afraid you're going to come in today. You better say what you need to say. Because you could be arrested again. You could be charged with perjury. You could be charged for lying and impeding an investigation. How do they have the nerve to give you a witness here who's perjured himself over and over and over and come in here and tell you he's telling the truth? It's not possible to know that. You would think the opposite, the actual opposite. Mr. Rudolph pled guilty, and it's in the instruction on page 2. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. We're not. We did more work than this investigator did in this case. Way more work to figure out what's going on. Deposition in June. I'm trying to find out where the 911 tape is. You heard that. Where's the 911 tape? Several months after this happened. Where is it? I don't know. Didn't get it until November. After I've already questioned
Crazy.
her. Why is Chris Lowe telling you he made the call on the way out? Then you find out it really isn't. Maybe he's lying, maybe he's mistaken. Maybe there's another call. I don't know. Where's proof they even put it on the GPS? If you would have took Chris Lowe's phone, you would see that. I submit they were trying to hide evidence before they were even going to the hospital. And if you would have Chris Lowe's phone, you would know what was said and what was done and whether or not he really did GPS the hospital. Of course he could have missed the hospital under the strain of trying to get away from what you just caused, but certainly still traumatic. Could have passed the hospital. But why not get his phone? Then I could at least show you all if he really did do that. You'd see it for yourself. Did he GPS the hospital or not? If he didn't, you'd have another question. Why are you not GPS in the hospital? Would reaffirm they're probably dumping stuff. Have a dive team. Check the waterway. Do anything. Not one thing was done. Detective Agent McMichael with the dog. If you would have asked to go down the path of the car went, could you go? Of course. Wasn't asked. Why don't you go back to 40th and Broadway? Did they ask you to go? Did you even know about it? No. No one even told him. Bring the dog. The dog's phenomenal in finding ammunition. You heard he's great. Passed all his tests according to the agent. We didn't want to find any more guns. Vandalin had enough because now she's getting nervous. She made a false arrest. She's not looking into this. She doesn't want you to know the truth. The jury. Eventually, she knew this case would come to a jury. She was trying to hide everything. Couldn't even get a 911 tape right. Couldn't even get the medical records. Took her 2 years to do that. Couldn't get Tyler's phone checked for a couple of years. Nothing was done right. It's hide everything. Hide the ball. She knows that I would get a copy of the statements that her alleged victims made. Give me 10 minutes to find out what they have to say. Come on. That's either incompetent or you're intentionally trying to hide something. Well, the judge read to you what reasonable doubt is. Use your common sense. Follow the directions. Follow the law. That's all we're asking you to do. It's all we've asked you from the beginning. There's no questions here at all about whether the gun's in the pocket. Was there a gun in his hand? But what if there was? $600 an hour. It's expensive. I wonder how many thousands and hundreds of thousands they spend on this case, the state, of your money, of the taxpayers' money, my money. Mr. Rudolph has to pay a couple of $1,000 to hire an expert because I can't call anyone up for the police because they don't work for me. I'm not a prosecutor. I'm not wearing a badge like they are, like the police do. So yeah, I have to hire someone. So you hire a guy who went to Harvard, was a medical examiner, the head medical examiner in Palm Beach County with so much experience, and they're making fun of him how much money he makes and want to know every detail. How obnoxious is that? He's entitled to get paid. I only brought out the $500 that their medical examiner charged me to talk to me to show you how unfair that is. He doesn't charge the prosecutors to talk to him.
Wow.
Well, I gotta
didn't
pay.
realize that.
Is that fair? I don't make the rules. That's what he said. I don't make the rules. He doesn't know anything about having a death grip. He had zero experience. He doesn't even know anything about guns. He said he barely has any knowledge about guns. So of course I have to hire someone who's reputable, who has a good background, who went to one of the best schools in America, who has tons of experience on both sides, being a former medical examiner, and now he's a private consultant and a family doctor. He didn't come in here and say, yeah, he definitely had a gun in his hand. He could have. He didn't say that. He said it's consistent with a gun. Well, could it be nothing? Well, it's possible. Anything's possible. But he said it was consistent. That's his testimony. That's all I wanted y'all to see. That's possible. A good chance. The questions that were never asked or answered by the police. So that's why we did that. You look at that. If you've been around this field, you would look at that and know in 2 seconds there's a good chance he had a gun. Maybe it was something else. What else could it have been? There was nothing in his hand. They want you to believe it was a spinal cord injury. There's no evidence of that at all. In fact, Dr. Maricini didn't say that at all. I don't remember their doctor saying it, but if y'all remember that, that's fine. But he said it could have been a ball. Remember that? Could have been a ball, could have been a phone. Why would anyone get rid of a ball if it was in his hand? It'd still be in his hand when the police got there. Sebastian's hand. Why would anyone get rid of a phone if it was in his hand? You know it wasn't the phone in the door. I had to work hard on that one too. Where's your phone, Tyler? Eventually he admitted, I showed him the pictures, and it had that fancy design on it. He had some designer, and had shattered by a bullet that went through a door. And there was no blood or hair or fiber on it, according to all the witnesses. So not consistent with any reason why Sebastian would be holding it. Did anyone have your password? How about Keyshawn? Nope. How about Chris? Nope, for your phone. The last question was, how about Sebastian? Well, maybe he broke into it. Come on. That's ridiculous. Maybe he broke into it. He wasn't holding his phone. He didn't know what to say. He knew there was a problem with that, just like he knew there was a problem with him dumping his gun. And then the gig is up when they find it. He's changing and swaying his testimony to try to convince you. Well, maybe my friend did have my phone, but you know he didn't because there was nothing on it to prove it at all. No blood, no hair, no fiber, nothing. Zero. So why would anyone take a ball and hide it? Was it in the car? There was nothing in the front seat consistent with what he would have had in his hand. These gangsters would take guns and try to hide them, shell casings, anything that would show they're guilty, just like erasing phones. That's who they are. That's who these people are. Erase text messages. Unfortunately for them, unfortunately for you all, you got to see Tyler's phone that was in the car. It took me 2 years to see it, but you got to see it in this trial. And Keyshawn's phone was stuck in the car, so they couldn't erase things. Maybe from the cloud they could. I don't know enough about that. But you saw some of the most important messages. Dead man walking. Travis said, I've never heard that, ever. Except maybe in a movie. Maybe you all have. It's not hyperbole. I didn't know what hyperbole is. I had to go look it up. I was confused what that even meant. You all know what that means. Travis is a dead man walking. You all know what that means. These are glimpses of what Travis faced that night, and his brother, and his mom. These are the people that he had to interact with. This isn't just what you see on the video. This is all, everything, those 8-10 minutes of terror. That bam, 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 like you heard DJ knock on the desk here. He judged his credibility. This guy wasn't fighting with any of the lawyers or me. He answered the best of his ability. You hear all these prior statements he made under oath that were different. You didn't hear it from Mama either. You didn't hear it from Travis either. These witnesses did the best of their ability and told you what they believed happened. Their witnesses, their civilians, all of them, every last one of them was fighting tooth and nail, playing word games, asking me to repeat the questions, asking Ms. Perlette to repeat the questions when they knew they couldn't answer them. And then they didn't admit something until they were caught in deposition. Then they would say, oh yeah, I did say that. You saw the characters of these people. You got glimpses, little glimpse of who they are. What brother? Is this chivalrous? Brother and friends? This is chivalry? This is ridiculous. This is a hit. But they're going to kill him or beat him up severely. He's got scars on his body. That's serious bodily injury. It is. Why is Mr. Estes? State said he was an independent witness. Why in the world? Man who just retired, who built power plants, has a boat, trying to live in peace, likes his neighborhood, telling you that Travis is constantly arguing with his girlfriend. It's annoying. They're constantly fighting, and she's always hitting him, and he's there with his arms folded. That day, his best friend died. He wasn't in the mood for any of this nonsense, just like DJ wasn't. And once again, here he goes again. And then he hears the car leave. But then he's half asleep, he told you, or sleeping. I don't remember his exact words. It's around midnight. And here's slapping and punching and kicking. Doesn't see the whole thing. But he looks out. And he sees it's a really serious fight. And I think I asked him, was some kind of serious fight, or did it look like someone get seriously injured? He goes, someone's trying to whoop someone's ass. That's what he said. I think those were his words, actually. And he kept saying it was 3-on-1, 2-on-1 with the Rudolph brothers. Constantly. This is what he sees. He's not even outside. He's in the comfort of his own home. And he's scared to death. First time ever, he said he grabbed his gun, went into his bedroom. This happened fast. It's 8 minutes, roughly, 8-9 minutes of what happened. Go in your bedroom for a minute or two, you're going to miss a lot. Unfortunately, the cameras, you didn't get to see the cameras because you would have saw all this, unfortunately. I hope to God those cameras really didn't work, that they're telling you the truth. But either way, you don't have them. We can't speculate on what really did it, and the evidence is they didn't work, so I'll have to live with that. He goes and grabs his gun. He's not involved. No one's at his house. He's not outside helping. Why does he get his own gun? That's really important. Maybe it's not. Hey, do whatever you think is right, but why does he grab his own gun and then put the clip in it and a bullet in the chamber? And he knows how to use guns. He's a hunter. He's got plenty of guns. He knows how to shoot them. Plenty of practice. Why does he grab his own gun? He's not even involved in this in any way, shape, or form. He's annoyed. He just had one of the worst days of his life with his best friend passing. Grabs his gun in case it came to his yard. So Travis is unreasonable for grabbing his gun, and he's actually getting the crap beat out of him and his brother and worried about his mom, who no one's paying attention to. And he has a gun pointed at him. Even if he didn't have a gun pointed at him, he could have came out with his gun. Shouldn't have came out, but unfortunately, Darryl just reacted. As you see, he does react, unfortunately. Even when he talks to you, his answers are quick. He's not sitting there formulating his answer. Not a guy who's thinking, oh, what do I say about that? Can you repeat that question? I don't understand it, so I come up with a better answer. He talks right from his heart. I even asked him about the silly question. It wasn't silly, but it really happened, about getting hit in the head with the Patron bottle. Can you describe how that happened? And he said, yeah, it was like the whack-a-mole game at Chuck E. Cheese. It's not a guy thinking about his answers. He's quick. That's what he thought. That's a game where you sit there and have a mallet, and a kid's game, and these little things come up and you bang them down real hard. That was he's trying to express to you what he saw this girl do to his brother. That's all. This isn't a guy trying to formulate a story or figure out how to make it better. Linda Rudolph, completely different than the state's witnesses. She could have easily come in here and tell y'all, I saw guns. I saw them pointing guns. I saw the guy without the shirt pointing a gun at both my sons, like they both tested. She didn't say that. She didn't see that. She was so flabbergasted and so out of her mind at what she was seeing, she couldn't even open her phone. She was in panic mode. Panic mode. Is that hard to believe? Is that reasonable? Mr. Estes didn't even see Travis go in the house. He only went in the house when he saw Tyler pulling out the gun. And that's when he realized, I should have came out with my gun, and goes back and gets it. So if he's this killer, this crazy psychopath like the state wants you to believe, why doesn't he just come out of the house? Why isn't he just sitting there in the window open, knowing that these girls sending their brothers over, his girlfriend sending the brothers over, and just waiting and just pop them off one at a time as they come up to his house? Could have done that. Could have hid in the bushes. He didn't do that. He showed so much restraint, more than most people, and he looks up there at the camera, at the screen in his mom's house. He thinks he sees the brother, little bro that he has in his phone. The kind of guy he is, he puts the gun down. I'm going to mediate this. I'm going to calm it down. They're not going to do anything in front of my mom. Big mistake, but he did, unfortunately. If he came out with a gun, the Vandalin would have arrested him and charged him with murder if he would have shot someone while they're trying to kill him. She didn't care. You shoot somebody, you're going to jail. That's the evidence that I see. I don't care about nothing else. I care if you're guilty or not guilty. I'm charging you. Either way, he loses. But anyway, at least he's here and he's alive. So he puts the gun down. That shows a lot of restraint, more than most people could do. More, way more. Knowing that it's now coming to fruition. Dominique calls mom. And mom is so ready and watching videos with her sister that she calls her and tells her, I'm sending over to F up your son or kill your son. And then she texts her back and she says, all I'm going to tell you is that and that's a text we have. Picked the wrong one. You picked the wrong one. Yeah, well, we know that now. 100% he picked the wrong one. She was Tony Soprano. She ran this gang that night. She gets her brothers to go do her dirty work. It really is like an episode of The Sopranos or a mobster movie. It's hard to believe. If you weren't in this courtroom, you wouldn't believe it if I told you the story as my neighbor. But you got to see it. They don't mean anything, those text messages. Hyperbole. Shoot his shit up. Well, that means to shoot everything in the house but people. That's what she told you. It's ridiculous. It's silly. You know what she meant. This is what Travis is dealing with. This is what DJ is dealing with. This is what the mom's dealing with. Look at the credibility of all these people. Watch the videos 1,000 more times. Who cares? You'll never, ever see, ever, unfortunately, what really happened. Why is there an oil slick that goes forward? The car went backwards. See them explain that one. Maybe the video is on such a weird angle you can't really see what's happening. DJ's telling you it's not him. When he testified, the prosecutor's showing him the video and there's a guy walking. That's not me. Maybe that's Hack. Who's Hack? Who's Hackstraw? Why is he getting texted the address of 550 Teak Drive? Their friend. Tyler's friend. Keyshawn's friend. Why are they texting him? Why doesn't the investigator go do an investigation on that? Why wait 2 years? Get that phone sooner. Go get Hack's phone. Find out where he was. You can triangulate your You can tell where that person was. Go do a full investigation. Was there more people walking around that neighborhood? How Travis's car get broken? The window. Vandalin didn't know. She's the lead investigator. I don't know. Both the Rudolph brothers told you we didn't see her break the window. She left. Did she come back with her brothers, her friends, and do it? She said she didn't remember. That was what Miss Perlet asked her. When did you do it? I don't know. Could have checked her phone. Find out where she was at any given moment. They didn't do that. Maybe she was there giving directions around the corner. We'll never know. But she admitted for the first time ever she broke the window. Is that true? We don't know. Is it Hack? Is it somebody else who showed up? Is it a fifth or sixth guy? Oh. I remember when I was a young kid in kindergarten, first grade and stuff like that, I remember there was three monkeys with see no evil and hear no evil and speak no evil. Kind of what we have here. Don't look. Don't talk. I don't want to know anything. How do you direct the crime scene people who are, some of them are very experienced? They know what they're doing. Why not direct them to go do their job? They're waiting for you as the lead detective. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. I wasn't asked. Defense submits that this should be a 5-minute verdict. I'm not asking you to say, go back there and say anything but the truth. Based on what you heard and saw in this courtroom, that's it. You're limited to that, what you have. That's it, what you were given. There's 100 conflicts. There's 100 reasonable doubts here. There's a lack of evidence everywhere. But most importantly, I urge you all to take a vote. Did they prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mr. Rudolph was not acting in self-defense? Did they prove that? That's what this boils down to. And if they didn't, the case is over. It's not guilty. Better luck next time. You didn't prove it to me. And then whenever you feel about what happened, didn't happen, who should be charged, who shouldn't be charged, you can talk about it outside the courthouse. But in this case here, the only question you're asked is, really, was he acting in self-defense? Did they prove he was not? And I submit there's no possible way you can say yes, beyond all reasonable doubt in your heart of hearts, that he was not. And if you all agree on that, the case is over. You don't go to first, second, manslaughter, because he's not guilty of a crime at all. He's not. Maybe he's not good enough. Possibly he's not good enough. It's not. This man was acting in self-defense. He defended his brother, defended himself. I'm not going to belabor the point. I'm not going to go through every photo. I could stand up here for hours and talk to you. It's ridiculous. You heard it all. You all remember this case. And they cannot answer that question in the affirmative that they proved beyond all reasonable doubt that he was not acting in self-defense. So justice calls for a not guilty verdict. Send a message, a quick verdict.
Sustained.
Should be a quick verdict because you don't have the evidence. You'll never have the evidence, and you all know why now. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shiner. There will be rebuttal closing. How long, roughly?
Just 20, 30.
Well, you don't have to take all 48.
I'm aware.
All right, it's 4:26. I want you to take that into consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you stand up and stretch for just a minute, if you will, please.
What do you say? You hit all the points.
Apparently, we need a restroom break, so it's
Alrighty.
4:26. Let's make it, 14 minutes, I guess. Let's be back in 14 minutes, 13 minutes.
13 minutes. Somebody's not going to get to pee. All right, let me fast forward through this break. Then we have, oh, looks like video from our favorite attorney come over. Yeah, it's sticking out here. Circa 1978. Now, let me back it up just a touch more. Trying to start these right on is. Don't want to miss anything this guy has to say. All right, looks like jury's coming in. Boom.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats, please. All right, Mr. Klofsky, you may begin the rebuttal closing argument.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Shiner said during about his 90-minute closing argument that, unfortunately, we're never going to know whether Sebastien or Tyler or both of them pointed guns at him and his brother. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to steal a phrase that the defendant stole from me from my opening statement, actions speak louder than words. Actions speak louder than words. Your Honor, the lights go down.
Sure.
April 7th, 2021, just turning into 12:11 a.m. Now, Mr. Shiner, during his entire closing argument, kept saying this whole thing took 10 minutes, took 8 to 10 minutes. No, it didn't. No, it did not. You have all these videos and evidence. If you ever have a doubt as to anything I'm saying, you have the power to come back in this room and watch every single video. Once I'm done talking, once the judge gives his final instruction, all that evidence is yours. Do with it what you will. But in terms of this video right here, you're going to see an earlier video of when that car pulls up first, they all get out of the car, then the car starts to move up a little bit, it parks, and they start walking to 550 Teague Drive. That is just before 12:06 a.m. They are walking to his house just before 12:06 a.m. 12:11. We're going to see them getting back to this car. This whole fight, remember Dr. Maricini, hey, an ultramarathoner, that's where you start getting rigor mortis. This entire fight took less than 3 minutes probably. From the time it took them to walk to the front door and commit their sneak attack. You ever seen an assassin that bad, ladies and gentlemen? A sneak attack? They walked up to the front door, not wearing any masks, nothing. That's the worst sneak attack I've ever seen. They could have went in through the side door. They could have jumped into the backyard where the farm is with all their guns ablazing. That would have been a sneak attack, and that's not what happened, ladies and gentlemen. Why? They weren't going there to kill anyone. They were not going there to kill anyone. Did they want to have a talk with Travis over what they heard he had done earlier in the night? Absolutely. And as my colleague, Miss Edwards, says, you might not like the time of day. It might be rude. It might be inconvenient. Nothing illegal about a loved one going to someone's house a couple hours after something like this happened saying, what's the deal? Do we really think this fight starts if Travis comes out and says, I'm so sorry, man. Everything got crazy. She got crazy. I don't know what happened, but I'm sorry. Do we really think any of this happened?
Sure do.
Do we really think they decide to still jump him when he apologizes? No, but that's not what this defendant does. He goes on the offensive. He goes on the offense. And that's why you're all sitting there and he's sitting there. He could not control his anger that night, ladies and gentlemen, and he made sure they could never come back and disrespect him. 90 minutes, Mr. Shiner spoke. What he left out during that is what not only this defendant said his brother Daryl was, but where Daryl said he was. Remember, they did a whole demonstration right in front of you. Both of them. Couldn't be more clear. 10 feet, and he was on my right. That's the only way this defendant gets his brother to be able to get up and say, I saw those same guns pointed at us too through the windshield. Let's take a look at the video, because the video does not lie.
I cannot stand this man. And I can't see what's going on.
Here's it backing up. The first shots. Think you'd all agree with me? Those first shots come basically at the 11-second mark. So remember, 11-second mark. This defendant, along with his brother, said, when those shots start firing out, Daryl should be somewhere right over here. Right? He's on his right-hand side, 10 feet away, to be able to see in the windshield. Daryl should be right here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how many seconds go by before Daryl comes on this video.
You're blocking the view, Mr. Clausi.
Go back. Here's Daryl right here. Is that to the defendant's left?
How can you
10 feet
tell?
Away, or is that Daryl catching up behind him when the threat was completely over? If you can't see this on this screen, ladies and gentlemen, we have this laptop. You can look at the laptop screen. He is right there. There is nobody else outside. That is definitive. And now Mr. Shiner is saying, well, not only is there a phantom gun, there's a phantom. You can watch Daryl run after Tyler. You can watch him do it. See the figure? Coming across, speeding up now, running past his brother, and running up that driveway. That is Daryl Rudolph, ladies and gentlemen. He is not only not where he and his brother say he was, he couldn't be more wrong. He couldn't be more wrong about where he was when those shots are going off. Ask yourselves why. Ask yourselves why. He knows he's trying to save his brother. He knows the only way he saves his brother is to put guns in Sebastien and Tyler's hands. And the only way he can agree with his brother is to put himself in a place where he could have seen any of that. This video shows he was nowhere near that. He was nowhere near his brother. No one was aiming guns at him. He walks on the screen. He goes toward the guys in the car that are leaving. These are the guys that are traumatized about what just happened right before they get down to that car. It's not true, ladies and gentlemen. It's just not true. Maybe he didn't notice himself as a phantom in the right-hand corner of that before they started talking, but it's there, and it's 100% different than what they said. Why? Because it's not the truth. Daryl Rudolph was no longer in any type of trouble when he decided to fire off 39 shots, and the video proves that. The video proves that. Actions speak louder than words. When it comes to this event, and Judge, lights on. Thank you very much. When it comes to this event, Daryl Rudolph said, I had to ask him, hey, out on the lawn, when he pointed that gun at you, how far away was that gun? Oh, I'd say probably guesstimate 10 inches away from my skull. Getting his life threatened, according to Daryl. What does he do? What does he do? Not only does this video show, he chases after the man that had a firearm 10 inches away from his temple. He runs him down. What was Daryl's plan going to be? To get shot in the face? That doesn't make any sense. And to Daryl's credit, I asked him, you know your answer about why you did that, why you ran after the only person that you claim you saw had a gun. Why would you run after him? I asked him, that doesn't make sense, right? And to his credit, he agreed. It doesn't make sense because it's not the truth. That's not what any reasonable person in that situation, if what he's claiming is true, would have done. You do not run after the one guy that's armed when you absolutely aren't. By this point, ladies and gentlemen, essentially, there's been two worlds presented. The world from the Rudolphs about what happened that day, and the version from the state. Once you start funneling every fact, every piece of evidence that you've gotten in this trial through those two worlds, one of those worlds, a lot of alarm bells going to go off. A lot of alarm bells. Going to be like, you know what? That's absolutely not what I would expect. And one world, everything makes sense. Just take Daryl Rudolph's reaction. Let's live in the defense world. Does that make any sense what he does? No, it doesn't. He said it himself. Why? It's not the truth. Now put it in the prosecution's world. Does it make sense why he ran after Tyler Robinson? Of course it does. Because if Tyler Robinson and none of them ever flashed a gun, pointed a gun, did anything with a gun, he's just chasing after the guy that disrespected the house. Maybe wants to get a few punches in himself. Does that ring any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen, that version of the story about why he runs after the gunman? No. Because you're running after somebody to get a few extra punches in.
Calm down.
Take Travis's and Daryl's reactions after this all occurs. When you watch the video of this defendant marching down the street with that gun, is that a man afraid that there's any gunfire going to be coming back his way? No, he's marching like he's Superman and Rambo combined. Does that make any sense? Wouldn't he try to duck behind a car when they're driving around and Tyler jumps over the fence? How does he know Tyler isn't going to just look over the fence and shoot at him? He nonchalantly walks back to his house with his brother. How is that possible? If this traumatizing event that prevented his mother from even typing in her own passcode or using the emergency button to call 911, does that make any sense? No. Now, put it in the prosecution world. If they never saw a gun from any of those four guys, does it make sense why he's marching down the street feeling like he's bulletproof? Does it make sense as to why Daryl just feels he can walk back to the house even though he has no idea where Tyler is? Yes, because that's the truth. That's the truth. Sometimes, ladies and gentlemen, no action can speak louder than words. Use the defense world. Daryl Rudolph, his mother, don't call 911. Don't call 911. That start to ring any alarm bells? Why they wouldn't do that? This woman had cameras everywhere. Everywhere. And you heard her testimony. She thought they were recording. When he is getting handcuffs put on him, what better moment is there to at least tell the guy putting the cuffs on, maybe you got this all wrong? Not a word. Not a paper airplane note out the window saying they had guns. She didn't scream out the window they had guns. Daryl, when he's texting.
Sorry, this pisses me off. She said she was not speaking until she had a lawyer. So, state, she has the right to do that. Sorry, no, you don't like it, but that's the way that it is. And I hope the jury's seeing this and hearing this. He's wrong for doing that and saying that. It's making her wrong for exercising her right. She was told by her son-in-law, ex-FBI, don't speak until you have an attorney. And then it was obviously the right thing to do because the detective made the whole decision in 20 minutes. 2 10-minute interviews.
Back and forth doesn't even mention the word gun. Why? Because they did not use any guns, and now, in front of all of you, they're trying to put those phantom guns in his hands, in Sebastian's hand and in Tyler's hand, because that's the only way he gets out of murder, ladies and gentlemen, and he knows it. There's the Rudolph family story, and then there is the truth. He was not in any imminent danger when he decided to pull that trigger, not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, 39 times at a car that was leaving. And Mr. Shiner wants to say that video shows it going forward first. Okay. You'll have a chance to watch these videos, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do is ask if you haven't seen it enough already, and if you're not clear. Detective Vanderlyn said we didn't talk about him. Here are some quotes from Mr. Shiner. Lack of investigation. Didn't give a damn. Did absolutely nothing. She didn't care. She didn't want to know.
True, 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 and true.
Where'd all this come from? Where did every single one of that piece of evidence come from? Videos, text messages, guns, ammunition, photographs, CSI, call logs, cell phones. Everything came from her. He said she did nothing. Did I just make all this stuff up out of thin air? No. But for Detective Vanderland, none of this is here. None of it. And he just got up before all you and acted like she didn't do a thing. That's not true. He wants to force you all to believe she's a terrible detective. How did I just play that video I just showed you? She lucked into it? No. These officers did everything they could to get to the bottom of how Sebastien ends up dead, how Tyler ends up with 2 shots in his body, and how Keyshawn and Chris barely dodged the same fate. These are all the defense exhibits. These are ours. They're just blow-ups of the evidence that Vanderland got. So literally, everything on this table, everything on that table, everything defense has in an exhibit, Detective Vanderland. And he just got up here and said she didn't do a thing. Didn't do a thing. That's not true either. That's trying to force you to doubt what this investigation revealed, ladies and gentlemen. And as we talked about, forced doubts are not reasonable doubts. They're not. How do you not search for guns over there? And I think during his closing, he also said, did any of the defense witnesses play games? Travis Rudolph did. Once he got caught on this videotape, seeing that he's absolutely not where he said he was to you a few minutes before, oh, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. That's playing games, ladies and gentlemen, because he has no good explanation for that. And how do they not search for guns? Ask Daryl during cross-examination. Detective Vanderland gave you the card, right? Call her anytime you want. Tell her anything you want. Oh, I don't remember that. Well, then we go back to the hearing. About a year ago. No juror members here. What do you say right away? When asked the question, did Detective Vanderland give you a business card? Yes. Did she tell you that you can call her anytime with any relevant information that you have? Yes. But he gets up there in front of all y'all. Oh, I don't know who she is. He doesn't now know the main detective on his brother's case. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. Linda Rudolph. Again, all those cameras there. Ring videos, text messages, everything. Same thing. Detective Vanderland wants to hear from you. He's acting like he did. Detective Vanderland didn't even try. Didn't even try. Just put him in cuffs, let him walk away. Linda has something to say, don't want to hear it. Oh, Daryl has something to say, don't want to hear it. Can't be any different than the truth. Linda Rudolph doesn't want to admit that either, ladies and gentlemen. She wants to pretend like that detective wrote her off, when in actuality, that detective gave her every chance to say the word gun, and she never did. Think about that. Think about what a reasonable...
Sorry, again, I have problems with a guy telling me all about the truth when he looks in the mirror every day and denies it. Just saying. I think the ones in the back are even like wispy. I think I see the comb marks over there. Like, dude, give it up. I feel sorry for your barber.
Person, if what Linda, Daryl, and Travis are saying is true, wouldn't that be the first and only thing you would say to those cops that are waiting outside? And this whole excuse of, oh, we heard sirens, so guess they would just figure everything out. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a break. You know, in here, that's garbage. That's a garbage excuse, you know it. If you knew the police were coming, then why didn't you interact with them? Even then, let's assume that story is true somehow. Well, when the cops are there, why aren't you running out to them to say, my son's just got attacked. I'm so traumatized.
No. If they would have went running, oh my gosh, you gotta be freaking kidding me. If they would have went running out of the house, they would have been dead. They would have been shot and killed. The police knew there were guns at play. They knew there were firearms there. If they would have opened that door and went running out of that house, they would have been shot and killed. He's an idiot. Absolute idiot.
Traumatized over it. It's because that didn't happen. They knew that. Quite frankly, she might have been worried that the cameras did capture everything her son just did unjustifiably outside, and that's why she can't talk to the cops at that moment, and nor can Daryl, because they don't have time yet to come up with how Travis ain't guilty of first-degree murder and attempted first-degree murder, ladies and gentlemen. On the flip side, did Chris Lowe, did Keyshawn, did they talk to the police right after this? Yes, it can be done. It's easily done.
Did they hide evidence right after that? Yes. Did they come clean only after the dog found it? Yes. Did they delete text messages? Yes. Again, what's your point, sir?
Done. You have Keyshawn's 911 call. And in that call, he gives a quick, to-the-point summary of what took place. Then when you want to watch the officer body-worn camera from Detective Etienne that spoke with Chris Flo, he does the same thing. They're clearly in shock, too. They had a dead body sitting right next to them, who was their best friend. And somehow, they're able to muster up what happened at that house. His brother, silent. His mother, silent. Even as they're seeing him carted away in handcuffs. Does that make any sense in that world? No.
That is so wrong.
Because it's not the truth. It's not.
So wrong.
We can understand why. Okay? If in your packets there was a form, had a question, said, is Daryl Rudolph a generally good guy?
In your packet, there was a form, and it said, is Attorney Classe going bald and denying it? Yes or no? If you all answer yes, is he going to believe it? Second question would be that. Then their answer would be no. You're guilty of denying the truth, sir, and you're irritating me to no end.
Sub-question. Is Linda Rudolph generally a good woman? I tell you to mark yes. I tell you. They didn't do anything here. They didn't put themselves in this position. They didn't make Travis do what he did. In fact, Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. Linda Rudolph tried to stop him. If anything they said were true about these assailants that are just horribly beating them up to a pulp, even though we don't have any photographs. No, none of them went to the hospital. Nothing serious injury in the course of a 3-minute fight. Then why isn't she telling the police that is what happened? It would have been very easy. Just like Chris was able to do somehow when he's in shock, just like Keyshawn calling 911. It can be done when you want the police to know what happened. And when you don't, it speaks volumes. That silence from them is deafening, and you know in your hearts.
Okay, what are they supposed to do? Show up at the hospital with the dead person? You think they're going to do that? You think they weren't smart enough to figure that out? 3 people were smart enough to figure out don't talk to the police without an attorney. Because one person already was detained and then arrested very quickly. And 3 other people figured out, probably 4, I'm going to throw Dominique in there, their story. I guess then the jury has to figure out which one they're going to believe. And I'm telling you, by the behavior on the stand, I wouldn't believe these 3 in the car or Dominique. I wouldn't. If she told me it was Sunny, I'd have to go look.
Why they didn't do that. Why would they have to be forced to come in? Kept saying, well, if I ever got a subpoena, hey, seems to me that for the last 2 years, your son has been charged with murder. At what point are you going to come and tell us he's innocent? Now, in front of y'all. That's all. You don't think Detective Vanderlyn goes back with them dogs or them drones or anything like that if the word gun even got mentioned by any of them? Do you really think she doesn't care?
Yep.
That's not true. That is forcing you to doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Maricini, that is the definition of a possible doubt. He literally said, could be a gun, could be nothing. $12,000, please. I was the one that said, hey, did you take a look at his left hand? Gun could be in there too. Where's my $12,000? Mr. Schreiner just got up here and said, we paid him a couple thousand. Left $10,000 off that bill for that testimony. And by the way, Mr. Schreiner left out the fact that guy's never testified for the state. Ever. 2/3 income, 100%. I testified for defense. I wonder why that is.
Because he doesn't have the resources you have, jackass. I just literally want to punch you in the face right now, figuratively speaking, of course, because I would never promote violence, ever. Please, people, if you're ever on a jury and you get some jerk standing up there and saying this, please disregard it. The state has everything at their fingertips. The defense has nothing. When Mr. Shiner said, I have to pay, he had to pay to talk to the state's medical examiner. $500 just to talk to him. So please don't buy this crap. It is just to distract you from what is happening. It's horrible. It's just, this guy has me so mad. I I don't even have any words for him. He has me so mad. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. Please don't ever fall for it. They have all of it. The defense doesn't. They have to get it somewhere. Don't fault the defense for having to get the evidence. Don't fault the defense for having to do what they have to do because they don't have a DNA lab. They don't have a crime scene investigators. You heard Detective Vandelin saying, I wouldn't even talk to you without the prosecutor. It's clear which side she's on. So, dude, if I had $12,000 to give you, I would put it in a freaking shredder, a wood chipper, and just let you watch it all spread all over your lawn and tell you there it is. Now go glue it together.
I wonder why that is. That's $12,000 to force you to doubt whether or not Sebastien had a gun in his hand. That's what that is. That ain't a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. You heard Dr. Osborne say those marks that paid expert came in and said, oh, those are indicative of, gun marks in his hand. Dr. Osborne got up and said, no, that's lividity. That's pooling of blood. That is absolutely not what that is. He has no skin in the game. He doesn't get paid more or less based on what he says. He told you Dr. Maricini was wrong. And we know why he's wrong. He's getting paid to be wrong. He's getting paid to force a doubt in your heads about, oh, that's absolutely a gun that was in his hand. Well, we all know that's not true. That's not what he said. That's not what it means. It's the definition of a possible doubt.
You about done.
Mr. Shiner said, well, how do you expect Linda and Daryl to trust the police after Travis got arrested? What about before? What about before? There was plenty of time before Travis was ordered out of the house for them to talk to the police. Not a word.
How about you
Didn't
yell
know
at
what
the
to
jury
say.
a little more?
They know what to say now.
I'm sure they love it.
We can understand it. It's a brother and a mother who love the man sitting in that chair very much. We can understand why they said what they said. We don't have to accept it as truth. In fact, the video contradicts it completely and common sense does too. We could feel sorry for Daryl and Linda and Sebastien and Keyshawn. We can. It's not their fault. It's his fault right there.
No,
He pulled the trigger 39 times. He was pissed off that they disrespected his mama's house. And
Sorry, it's Dominique's fault. She did this. She set it all in motion. She put her hands on him. It's her fault. She should be sitting right in that chair, not him.
he was going to make sure they could never come back and do it again. He doesn't have that legal right, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere in that package you all have says that he can. It says that there had to be an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm when he pulled that trigger, and the evidence, the facts, the testimony, even his and his brothers and his mother's show this wasn't out of an imminent threat of death or bodily harm. This was payback. How dare you come over here and disrespect me? That is against the law, especially when you murder one person and almost kill three. Tyler forgot to put a bullet in the chamber. I'm sorry. Wasn't this the guy that they said, along with the other three, that their only motivation coming over to the house was to kill somebody? And now he's saying, oh, he just forgot to put the bullet in the chamber. Does that seem like doesn't jive anymore, folks, right? Said in their opening statement, these four men were coming over, vigilantes, set on killing, set on shooting shit up. Where's the shit that got shot up? Where is it?
Can't
Tyler?
comment on that.
All of them.
That'd probably
Remember in
get
their
me
opening said
yeeted
all four
off
had
of
guns.
YouTube.
Don't know where that came from. Where is the shit that got shot up by those four guys if their sole determination was to come over and there and do that? As opposed to the state's version of, hey, Dominique was real pissed off and they went over because they were pissed off too, and they were going to start a fight with him if he wanted one. Does that make sense? Any alarm bells, ladies and gentlemen? No, because it's the truth. Tyler could have shot Daryl right in his face in the grass. Doesn't happen. When the fight first starts, any of them, according to Mr. Shiner, pull out the gun, shoot anyone, shoot the BMW, shoot the house, shoot the cameras. Not a shell casing, ladies and gentlemen, not one, anywhere but his. 39 of them. How does that make any sense? Story not jive anymore? About these four vigilantes sent by Don Corleone to come over here? This ain't like a Sopranos episode, ladies and gentlemen. To turn Dominique Jones into Tony Soprano is a joke. Travis is the victim. Travis is the victim. Cheats on his girlfriend, undisputed. When he gets in front of all of you, tries to say, oh, well, it wasn't really that serious. Oh, well, I didn't make her my official girlfriend. All this, all that. Despite she sleeps over all the time, and in previous hearings, that's exactly what it was. And he admits that he was not faithful with her. So what happens? She finds out. She gets upset. That ring any alarm bells or anything? Yes. Anybody would tend to get upset if they find out the person that they've been dating for a year has been cheating on them. Makes sense why she gets upset.
Or
She
was
says very
married.
nasty things to him. What does he do in response to that? When he's in the wrong now, ladies and gentlemen, he is. What does he do? Starts making fun of her body. Saying, hey, the other girl that I've been cheating with, she got a way better body than you. That seem like he's not a victim? That seem like he's instigating? Does that seem like he's escalating with the girlfriend? Yes. Can we understand why Dominique gets a little bit more angry after that? Again, yes. And then what happens? He calls her a bitch. Said, hey, come get this crazy bitch. And then she gets upset again. Is there ever a moment where he's not the cause of her anger? No. Defense keeps wanting to talk about, oh, she was married. She was married. Any evidence she was still seeing that guy? Any? No.
I don't give two shits. She was married. That is very, very, very different. I don't care if you're legally separated. You're still married. Stop it. And you know what he's glossing over in all of this? Her beating him in the back of the head. Her hitting him with the Patron bottle. Her smashing his PlayStation. Her smashing his phone. The aggressor here was her. He's just glossing all over that. Like, nah, didn't happen. I paused him right where I wanted to, too. Because all those little lines right there in the back of his head, I just can't not look at him. I just want to actually take that and just flip it back over. So it's just hanging off the side of his head. It would probably send him into an absolute rage.
She got up there and told you, we're legally separated. I didn't really want to tell him that. Can we understand that? That a girlfriend in a relationship for about a year doesn't really want to talk about this thing that's about to end anyway and has no relevance in their relationship. Yes, but there's no evidence she was cheating on anybody. I think all the evidence is she loved him. She wanted to be with him. She got worried that he was being unfaithful, and lo and behold, he was, and she got upset. All makes sense. Now, should she have smacked him upside his head? I'm a prosecutor. Can't say that. Words. Can't let you do that. But she smacked him upside his head, and we can understand why. Then he puts her on the ground. So much so that Daryl, after the fact, is way pissed off at his brother. Despite the minimization that's coming on after this fact, we know about that whole story. If all of it was just Dominique overreacting, he would not be upset with his brother. So that's how we know his brother was not the calm, cool, and collected person that they say he is 24/7. So she gets mad. She tells her loved ones what Travis did, and they come over to talk with him about it. Again, totally understandable, ladies and gentlemen. Totally understandable. It's the first thing they say when they get up to that.
He just said that, oh, can't say that, but it's understandable. He just justified her putting her hands on him. What is wrong with you? What is going on in Palm Beach County in Florida? My gosh, you people are weird or bad or something. Y'all need retrained.
Door is they want to have a chat with Travis. Tried calling. That didn't work. They want to say his phone's broken. Phone records are there. Go ahead and look at the rejected call, ladies and gentlemen. Can't do that if the phone ain't working. He ignored them, and then he came outside. Remember that version, ladies and gentlemen, from Daryl and Linda.
Really strange things.
This fight happens. All of them are getting text messages or phone calls saying, hey, we're coming over there. We're coming over there to have a chat about what just happened. This was a couple hours beforehand. They have the cameras pointing down at the front door. Daryl gets up and testifies, I thought it was the police. I just ran to the door and I didn't look at anything. Give me a break. Give me a break. These are the same people that constantly talked about the sad event of either their father or husband dying, so much so that it was so traumatizing that they're so scared that they put that screen up there to be able to tell who is outside of their house. And Daryl gets in front of gets up on that stand and says, oh, I didn't look at that monitor at 12 midnight after all these threats came because I just figured it was the police. Give me a break. Give us a break. That's not true. And we know it in here. He saw who was outside. He wanted to go diffuse it. Then Travis saw who was outside, and he wanted to put the argument into motion. He wanted to give his side of it, and he started that fight. He started it, and he certainly ended it, ladies and gentlemen. That's what the facts and the evidence show.
Please stop talking.
No shell casings from anybody else but this defendant. Not one. Despite these guys being these murderous vigilantes, they somehow aren't able to pop off a shot when 39 are ringing back at them. Say what you want. Say what you want about on the porch, out on the lawn, walking down the road. Whether or not they could have pulled the gun, would have shot then, I submit to you, those are plenty of good times if they were on a murderous rampage. That would have been the time to shoot the gun. But absolutely, when 39 shots start ringing out, they don't take one defensive shot back to try to get him to stop. Give us a break. We know that if they had not one but two pointed directly at him and his brother, they would have pulled that trigger if it was anything close to true. There'd be a shell casing inside that car. There'd be a shell casing outside of the car. There'd be another shell casing that doesn't come from that Sig Sauer, and we don't have it. Why? Because they're trying to force you to believe that guns were in their hands when this happened, ladies and gentlemen, and forcing you to believe it, imagining that it happened, speculating that a gun might have been there. Those are not reasonable doubts. Actions and the lack thereof can speak louder than words. He was not defending himself, ladies and gentlemen. He was pissed off. Just like they were pissed off. Difference is, every one of them that came in here, they acknowledged their role in this. Even looking back, saying in hindsight 2020, maybe we don't do that at midnight in terms of going over and confronting him. All of them acknowledged their faults. He got up and said, Detective Vanderlyn said she never made a mistake. I'll rely on you guys to go back in that jury room and see, was there ever a time that she was like, you know what? It was an oversight. You're right. I should have done that. Of course she did. She's not perfect.
She
It's
got
clear she
called
didn't
out.
do nothing, ladies and gentlemen. And it's clear that she cares about this case.
Sure.
Because of all the work that she did to try to figure out who did it. And the answer is Travis Rudolph, because he was pissed off. Because he was pissed off. Hasn't been easy. We appreciate all your time. Your verdict's not going to be easy. Like Mr. Shiner said, a lot of people affected by this case. A lot of people. But that last jury instruction says, when you go back there, it's not about sympathy for anybody. Not the dead person, not the almost dead people, not for Travis, not for Daryl, not for Linda. It cannot be based on that. And you all were the ones that swore, you're right, it's not going to be based on that. What it's going to be based on is the truth. What it's going to be based on is a factual determination. Number one, is Sebastien Jean-Jacques dead? Answer, yes. Number two, is he dead because of this man's criminal action? Yes. Number three, did he do it and think about it before he did it? Yes. The end.
Wrong.
Self-defense is not in
Correct.
play here.
In reverse.
His self-defense ended the moment he decided to
his
walk down that road, follow him to his car, and as they're turning and leaving, he pumps 39 shots into that car. He was sending a message. Don't come back to my house. Unfortunately, under Florida law, he was not allowed to send that message with 39 bullets that killed somebody and almost killed 3, ladies and gentlemen. So what we're asking you to do is when you go back into that jury room, now Mr. Shiner said, hey, it should be 5 minutes. I got more respect for this case than that. There's a lot of evidence. Not a great projector. A lot of things that maybe because of us, we're standing right here like dopes blocking you from seeing something. We understand.
Yep. You're a dope. You
But
called
now,
it.
that evidence is yours. Whatever you need to see, whatever you need to hear, a lot of them are going to be back there with you. But if you ever have a doubt about any of those videos or the audio, please send out a question. We want you to see Vanderlyn's work. We want you to see everything that was done to get the clearest picture possible of why Sebastien Jean-Jacques is dead and why those 3 other young men almost died. And it's because this defendant decided to take matters into his own hands when he didn't have the legal justification to do so. It's as simple as that. And we're confident when you go in the back and start funneling all these facts, all this evidence through those 2 worlds, every time you funnel those facts through the defense world, every time alarm bells are going to go off. But every time you funnel it through the world that these young men wanted to go over, have a fist fight, and when it was over, they left, not a single alarm bell, ladies and gentlemen, not one. So, go back there, take your time. If you have any questions, please send it out. You need to look at any of the text messages. They're all going to go back with you too. The text from Tyranny, text from Daryl, where they never mention guns again. First text I would send is, hey, they threatened me with guns, man. What do you want? Not going to find a single text like that because that's not what they did. They came over for a fist fight. He turned it into a gunfight, and that's illegal and against the law. And for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, we're confident that when you go back there and you get that verdict form, you're going to check the box that says guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm, guilty of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm for the other 3, because self-defense ended and murder began. Nothing more, nothing less. It is not a moral judgment on him. It's a legal judgment, and that's what your verdict stands for. That he did that night. He didn't have the right to, and now he simply has to face the consequences of those actions. Thank you very much.
All right,
that's
thank
what-
you, Mr. Clausy. It's almost
the,
5:15, folks, so we have to make a decision here, and I'm going to let you make.
Do you think that's what the prosecutor just wrote on that little sticky note that she gave because she was so happy? She was like, I'm so proud of this. Don't forget to say murder ends where self-defense, or murder begins where self-defense ends. By the way, the whole crap about him speaking for, Mr. Schreiner speaking for 90 minutes, they both had the same amount of time. So another just stupid, stupid thing. All right, hang on. We're going right on. Going right on. Those were closing arguments. Now we have a spinny wheel for just 1 second. So the jury did come back and ask to see all the video. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that the cameraman was allowed to reposition so that we can see the video better. So as soon as the little spinny wheel stops turning on my computer here, I will pull this up and we can take a look at the video. I think so. I think this shows it all. It has the Ring doorbell and the body cam stuff. But if I am remembering wrong and we can't see it any better, I may just go straight to the verdict.
Okay, anybody that is okay looking over the plexiglass is fine to do that as well. But don't block one another's view. We've got some people are taller than others. All right, perfect. All right, Mr. Clausey, whenever everyone is ready, go ahead and play.
Because I think what he did was he let the jurors come out of the jury box and sit in the gallery. So maybe that's what, now that he's saying that, and they were walking by, he just wanted to make sure the cameraman didn't show anybody. I still think well, you guys can't see it because I'm not sharing my screen.
Judge, just for record purposes, this is
There it is.
Exhibit 32. It's the ring videos during the trial.
Thank you.
I told you I'd mess something up again. I think that's the second thing. But yeah, we can still see it better.
Okay.
So that's Dominique that we're going to see first.
I'm sorry, Judge, we're having technical issues. Can I try another person to check to see if
Yeah, go ahead. Is that the same equipment we were using for the trial, or is that from a different courtroom? Okay.
Don't move the camera.
Yeah, Judge, could we just take a few minutes so we can get this set up for the jury member?
Seriously.
Yep.
go.
What you think? I know you're mad, but you're not gonna have to talk, right? Okay. He still wants to do shit. But she told me yesterday. He told me yesterday he still wants to he wants to go with you, he wants to be stuck with you.
Hang on, I don't know why that is still saying that. There we go.
Fucking mother, Sarah. Yeah, I get it. Though, bro, because this bitch got me fucked up. That means stuff. What are you calling a bitch,
She obviously was not hurt. And he obviously did not slam her down. He walked her backwards and she fell.
Don't worry about that shit. I want to talk to you right now, bro. Travis, I want to talk to you right now, bro. Fuck you, all. I'm so wet, bro. Go do what you do, bro. Go do what you do, bro. You and your feelings.
Didn't we just watch that? Yeah, that was no knock, 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 knock. Avon calling.
Who is it? Travis.
Maybe they don't show the. That must be tyranny.
That's the conclusion of the written videos, Judge?
Okay. You got the other, what exhibit are the individual exhibits for the body cam? I can't remember.
Yep, I'll say right now.
Okay.
The first one is going to be Exhibit 52.
And if you remember, Tierney and her husband got pulled over on their way over there to bring food to their mom. So they knew they were coming. So I'm sure that's when he said, don't talk. Sorry, closed captioning's not working. As you saw that, for whatever reason, it just stayed on the screen, said it wasn't working.
All right, yeah, it's on 40 the Broadway. Wait a second, Mary, this way. 4015 Broadway. Hey, step back from me, Please. Okay.
Come on, Cameron. No, they're not going to show Sebastien. It's fine.
Yes, ma'am. Hey. 10 for blackmail. I'm for the post. Yeah. What's that? I don't know, bro. Is that big, right? Yeah. Hey, what is this? What's one you got medics? System one, correct? 10-4. This news probably gonna be 7 or something.
I have from you possibly 7 minutes for being sent and now it'll do it. Wait.
Oh, yeah.
I just heard something. What was that?
All right. All right, hey, let's try to take him out, bro. I don't know if it's me or them.
Yep.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we're still not sure on all of that yet.
Do you feel anything? Peace out.
We're gonna let them confirm it.
Yeah. Okay. He has in the shoulder.
The only shot, they do.
Yeah, that's what I want to see.
If the back's transport, I want you guys to go, the rest of the things on the scene.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the post might think you're
Yeah, that's why I asked you.
Another big one in Lake Park, if you want to stay right now.
I think once they're not showing Sebastien in the car, they'll
Judge,
go
as I
back
say, that
to
is 52.
showing
The
them.
next one is Officer Tavares' body worn camera, which is number 64.
All right.
So we're not just staring at the judge the whole time.
Where does it occur? Where did this occur?
Down the street.
Where's down the street? What is that? Address.
I don't know the address.
What do you? Where does it occur? Where?
And Travis' house. Travis Rudolph.
What's Travis?
Travis Rudolph.
What city?
Here. In the city.
Yes. Okay, but you know the address?
No, I'm not sure.
Travis Rudolph's house?
Sarge says, ask where this happened.
Yeah, we're still.
It happened down the street, probably like half a mile, another mile. We're trying to get from there down here to the hospital.
Bridge?
We don't know.
Hey, remember when she said they separated them? Yep.
I came like 5 minutes down the road.
Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. Where did this occur?
No, I did not. Travis Rudolph's house.
What is Travis Rudolph house? Who's that?
That's his name.
That's his name?
No, that's Sebastien. Oh my fucking God, bro. Oh my fucking God, man. How come you
Hey, relax.
I can't.
Relax. What's your name, dude?
Keyshawn Jones.
Keyshawn?
Yes.
Spell it for me. K-E-I-S-H.
I-S-U-N.
Spell it again? K-E-I-S-H-A-U-N. Date of birth, or last name.
10-15-99.
Last name.
Jones.
Middle initial?
J.
Where do you live at?
I live in Delray.
Address.
1505
1505 Spring,
Harvard Drive.
Harbor. Date of birth, or Delray, right?
Yes, Delray gets 5445.
What's your phone number, man?
412
Huh?
297 1020.
All right, dude. You got to understand, where did this happen? Did this happen here? Did it happen in Riviera Beach? Did it happen in Lake Park?
Lake Park.
Lake Park?
Lake Park.
Hey, it happened in Lake Park. Lake Park. What's the address? Bro, I'm telling you, what's the address? So you don't know where this person lives at? All right. This is Lake Park, my dude. Do you know streets at least?
I'm not from here. I'm not from here.
Transport, I want you guys to go on the rest of the scene.
So tell me what happened.
Let's talk to him.
Who's Travis?
Travis is, he's my
Bro, think, I need you to breathe and think.
Another victim in Lake Park, they're thinking on the same area.
That's me.
Okay, man. So tell me what happened.
We went to the house and talked to Travis.
Okay.
He came outside trying to argue. We're not trying to argue with him.
Okay.
We're on our way out. We get to the car. He runs back in the house, grabs his gun, comes out and starts shooting us while we're trying to leave.
Okay, and then you guys just started to, you noticed that he was shot, or what happened then?
He was starting to shoot. I didn't know he was shot. I'm driving away. And he told me.
So Travis, this person named Travis did this?
Yes.
Okay. He said Travis, he lives in Lake Park. He doesn't know the address, he just knows it's in Lake Park. Who's Travis?
Travis was my sister's ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
What about Travis? What is?
He came outside with the gun and started shooting at me, trying to get away.
1474.
375, let's get to the CVS, so it's area. 100%.
All right, man. So what else happened? You started driving down here to try to get to the hospital. That's when you noticed him shot?
Yes.
Okay. What was he shot at? Shoulder?
Anthony, my signal does 7 again. You gave it 4015
Was this the only vehicle they were shooting at?
Yes.
Okay.
I copy signal 7
Yeah, that was it. Well, Sean Jones. Keyshawn. What the hell? Keyshawn Jones? K-E-I-S-H-A-U-N. J. Last name Jones. 10-15-99.
And then he lives at 1505 Spring Harbor Drive. That's in Delray.
Is he still driving the black?
Yeah.
Cross the bridge, should be.
Sebastien what? Jean-Jacques.
Yes. Yes.
JAC.
It's like Jean-Jacques.
Jean-Jacques. You know how old he is?
He's 21.
That's 2179.
What morning?
Gordon's 2186, I believe.
Hey, you got a better name.
Hey, oh man, let's step over here for tonight. Come over here. Sit down.
Just again, Judge, that was Exhibit 64. And then the last one is State Exhibit 69, which is the body worn camera of Detective Etienne.
All right.
Then we'll go to the verdict.
Is it in this Travis Rudolph? Where down the street? What city?
Here.
In the city?
Yes.
Okay, but you know the address?
No, I'm not really.
Travis Rudolph's house?
Sarge says, ask where this happened.
Yeah,
It's happened down the street, probably like half a mile, not even a mile. We're trying to get from there to the hospital. Down to the hospital.
Okay, did you pass the bridge?
We don't know. I can't tell you. So much shit's happening, my boy. Kid's like 5 minutes down the road.
Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened.
You got that? That's your phone? No, I did not. No, I did not.
Shooting at so this time really. Hold on. Yeah, it was like a 21 round and a 17 round. All right, they're saying that it's happened at Travis Rudolph's house. Can you look up that name and see what address is on file for them? Hey, come here. No. Yeah. Hey, come here. You sit right. Sit right. Sit right. Sit right here, bro. Sit right here.
I just almost lost my wife, bro.
All right. So you was at somebody's house?
Yes. We came to his house, we put up to talk to him.
Okay.
And he came out with a fight.
Okay.
Long time he came out to the fight, we ended up laying back to the car, and so I got out the car.
Were you guys Gardens?
Guardians?
Yeah.
No, we're not Guardians.
No?
It was over here, North Lake.
You say North Lake?
No. No, I'm not from.
Oh, Lake Park. Okay.
Oh, I don't know if you ever.
I think we're still not sure on all of that yet. I don't know what Travis Rudolph is our victim over here.
Okay.
I gotta get my head together, please. I'm so scared. I should have called my lawyer.
Okay. All right. We can have you go on the other side. You have your you have like your.
I don't. I left in my car.
Were you the driver?
No.
Okay. Where were you sitting at?
I was in the back.
You're in the back right seat. Did Trevor get hit too? Oh, huh? He was shooting?
Yeah.
Okay. So you definitely Travis?
Yeah.
You know from the shooting?
Yeah.
And okay, so you guys went to Travis' house and he tried to fight you guys?
He came in and talked to him.
Okay, I went there to talk to him. Okay. Wait, so they're saying that it happened in Lake Park. Okay, come here. Hey, one of them here is saying that the shooter Travis Rudolph. Okay, so no, one of them saying that they went to his house to talk.
We're almost done here. I'll go back.
Okay, come here. I don't understand. So you guys went to Travis Rudolph's house to talk to him, right? Okay.
The fucking dog, bro. The fucking dog.
Okay. Listen, man. Thankfully you're here, bro. Thankfully you're here, and we're okay. We're glad that happened. Okay, but I need for us to figure all this out. I need to know what happened. Okay. So you got to Travis Rudolph to talk.
Yes.
And then what happened from there?
He came out with a fight.
Okay.
Yes. He's already my style now.
Okay. Then we came out and what
I
happened?
was a patient.
Something happened between you guys?
Yes. He was arguing verbally.
Okay.
Yes.
And then we just started shooting.
We went to the house and already know what time it was, so we ran to the car.
Okay. And then by the time you guys were leaving,
I'm in the backseat and I'm just like, this is some fucking boom.
Thank you, man. Just make sure you're not hit, you're not hurt, or anything. Let me just look at you, check you out. Make sure you're not hit, so you know the adrenaline and all that stuff.
I'm good. I swear. So my arm.
Okay. Yo, come here. I need your name, boss.
My name's Christopher.
Christopher Lowe? Alright, Christopher, stay here, man. Stay here. I understand. Listen,
This is the craziest shit I've ever
listen, and listen, and I'm not close my man. I've been shot at. Alright. Okay, while we're okay, I know how scared that shit is. I know how scared that shit is, okay? So,
Oh my god, we're still missing Todd.
Christopher Lowe, right?
Yes.
L-O-W-E?
Yeah.
What's your, you have a middle name?
Done.
Brian? And what's your date of birth?
February 13th, 2000. Can I just check on my love her? That's it. I just feel like I love you, that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. And then what's your phone number?
561
Uh-huh.
377
Uh-huh.
8266.
8266?
Yes.
Alright, what's your address, boss?
5045
Uh-huh.
Palm Hill Drive.
Palm Hill Drive?
Yeah.
Where's that at?
West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach?
Please, excuse me.
What's your boy's name? Yeah. I need your boy's name. What's your boy's name?
Sebastian Jean-Jacques.
Sebastian? You got name? Sebastian what?
Oh my god, bro. Sebastian?
Yeah.
Jean Jacques. Jacques. J-C-Q-U.
A-C-Q-U-E-S?
Yeah.
You know that birth? Over here? Yeah.
He just turned 21.
You just turned 21?
He just turned 21 Sunday.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Yo.
Oh my fucking god, bro. This is some fucking shit.
Alright. Come here, I need you to stay here. Alright.
I don't say something.
Okay.
I just gotta get my head together, boss.
Alright. You got what? Oh, that's I was gonna give it to Lauren, dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just give it to Lauren,
My
dude.
fucking ear is still fucking ringing.
I need you. I can't have you talk. I can't have you
I just said
talk.
ringing.
Yeah. I just can't have you talk.
Oh my god, bro.
Okay.
Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car?
Huh?
Why is he still in the car, man?
Come back.
Why is he still in the car, man?
Listen.
Oh my god.
This is nothing that you're not gonna know. Okay. So, yo. Yeah. Look at me. I'm not gonna lie to you. Okay. And give me one. Okay. Is that something that you're not gonna figure out? Okay. Alright, it's not something that you're not gonna know.
I believe so from what one of the passengers is saying is that it started there and they were trying to drive them.
And when did you guys go to the hospital? I'm just asking. When did you guys go to St. Mary's Hospital?
The car stopped working.
The car stopped working?
They needed to play for a year and didn't get the fingers. I'm not sure of this.
Oh my god, bro. Bro. Oh my god. Thank God. Oh my god. car or something, bro? Like, I don't see.
One of my cars? Alright. Yeah, that's fine. You can sit in my car.
Well, after our Cadillac, you can choose to talk.
Yep, he's putting him in the car. Alright, let me shoot out anything on you, okay? Alright. I know, yeah. If you're in the back seat, yeah. Yeah. I know.
I don't know how I didn't get hit, bro.
Yeah.
Thank God, bro.
So, yeah.
All right, Judge, I believe that's all the videos.
All right. Very well, thank you. Okay, folks, I understand the lunches are here, so.
All right, so the jury went back and had lunch. Yes, they did separate Keyshawn and Chris, but not by much. They were separated pretty much by crime scene tape. It's not like they couldn't hear each other. All right, let me fast forward to the verdict, and we will finish this up. So it looks like the jury deliberated for about 3 hours and 40 minutes, somewhere in there. I may have to fast forward this a little bit more, but I'm really trying to not go too far.
I know Deputy Lubinsky is always diligent in this regard, but I'm going to make sure that everyone understands. I have no idea what the verdict is going to be in this case. Zero, none whatsoever. However, some of you may be happy, some of you may not be happy. Do not, under any circumstances, express your displeasure with anything that's gone on in this during the course of this trial or with the verdict when it is rendered. If you got to think about things and say things, you can do that on social media or any other way you wish, but there will be no violence allowed in this courtroom. There will be no violence allowed in this courthouse. There will be no confrontation, no loud, obnoxious behavior. You maintain your civility, ladies and gentlemen, at all times. Remember, we are all human beings. We all must live with one another, and that is the way you're going to behave in this courtroom and in this courthouse. All right, any reason why we can't bring the jury back into this room right now?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Let's bring them in, please.
He needed to lay that law down with the state's witnesses.
Yes. Okay.
All rise, jury entering.
All right, here we go.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Go ahead and take your seats. I am given to understand, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that you have reached a verdict. Is that so? All right. Will the foreperson please hand the verdict form to one of our deputies? Deputy, somebody. Mike, would you go get that for me, please?
It'd be funny if that was
Would you publish the verdict, please?
In the Circuit Court of the 15th Judicial Circuit, Criminal Division, in and for Palm Beach County, Florida. Case number 21 CF 002938 A and B, Division W, State of Florida versus Travis Rudolph. Defendant, verdict. We, the jury, find as follows. As to count 1, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count 2, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count 3, we find the defendant not guilty. As to count 4, we find the defendant not guilty. So say we all, the 7th day of June, 2023, in West Palm Beach, County, Florida.
Would either side like to have, I'm sorry, would either side like to have the jury polled? All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I, on behalf of everyone who is a participant in this trial, would like to thank you for your time and your consideration. I also wish to advise you of the special privileges enjoyed by jurors. In the absence of a court order, no juror can be required to talk about the discussion that occurred in the jury room.
All right, there you have it. I, for one, believe they got it right. I think they made a bad choice, and it caught up with them. And I really, really, really hope that they learned a lesson. And, you know, Keyshawn was pre-med at the time. I really, really hope that he has gotten his life together and he has learned from this and he's moved forward and he's on a good path that he was obviously already on. Can't speak for the other two. I have no idea what they're doing with their lives. But I hope this maybe showed them they weren't making the best decisions and put them on the straight and narrow path. As much as I don't like her, and I think that she should have been charged, I think all of them should have been charged. I hope Dominique is on the right path. I don't want anything bad to happen to anybody, but I don't think Travis was at fault for this. I really don't. I think they made a bad choice. So that's it. If you haven't already, please like and subscribe. This is what we're going to be doing. There's live trials that are going to be starting back up here pretty soon. We had to kind of get through this part of the holiday season. And December 11th is supposed to be Sarah Boone. So as soon as I see if that trial is going to actually start or not, I'm going to, I think, show you some stuff. It'll get shown. So I'm probably not going to show you anything. That's one trial that I had already, I already had information about before I started my channel. So I won't, that's the only reason why I would say anything about it. Other than that, honestly, I just look at Law and Crime and Court TV every day and see what they've got going on, see what new trials are starting, and I pick one. Because I'm going into it just as blind as the jury should be going into it. So that's my goal. That's what I want everybody to do, because that's what the jury is supposed to do. They are not supposed to have any preconceived notions about anything. Nothing. No information, you know. So that's what I've been trying to do. But we kind of ran into the holiday weekend, or this holiday time here with Thanksgiving. There wasn't any trial starting, so I just decided to redo this one. This was a good trial. There was a lot going on, like everything. It ran the whole gamut of horrible witnesses, good witnesses. We didn't watch them all because we'd still be going, and I wanted to finish it up. I didn't want it to, I played the worst, the best, and most interesting, I guess you could say. So I will be looking to see what's starting next week. Like I said, if Sarah Boone starts December 11th, we'll be doing her case, and be curious to see. She has been through 7 public defenders so far, or I believe she's on her 7th. I'm still not convinced she's not going to wind up representing herself, and it would be dumb on her part to do that, but it would be fun. It would be kind of entertaining to watch. So that's what we have coming up. If there's nothing new starting next week, I have another, I have not watched the trial itself that I'd like to watch. I know the outcome because I accidentally saw it and then it made me mad. So I'm thinking I really kind of want to watch the trial to see how we got to where we did. And I don't think it's a long one. I think it's a very short one. So if there's nothing new starting next week, then I will jump into that on Monday. So Monday, 11:30 a.m. I will be back and we will go from there. I hope you've all had a good holiday weekend so far. I hope you all had turkey or roast beef, whatever you have. If you don't like meat, if you're a vegetarian, I hope you enjoyed all that too. So please like, subscribe, share. You can follow me on Twitter. I'm still working on trying to get it to link to Rumble. So I have no idea what I'm doing wrong. I've copied and pasted the link. So I don't know what else it is, but it's in my, it's just alternate juror on Twitter or at alternate juror #1 at the end, because apparently there was already an alternate juror. But it's in my YouTube about. The link is in there. And other than that, I don't want to say I hope you enjoyed this trial because these are people's lives, so I don't feel that way. I hope you were as happy with the outcome as I was, because I think they got it right. I think the prosecutors were wrong, and I think they prosecuted the wrong guy, and I hope they go back and look. I don't want them to go prosecute anybody else now. It's too late for that. But I don't know what Travis is doing with his life now. Like I said, this trial took place about 6 months ago. He was on house arrest, so he was out of jail. They did a press conference after this where he was standing outside, had a lot of supporters outside, and he really just wanted to get that ankle monitor off of him and get back to his life. So I don't know how all that stuff seems to kind of take a long time. So I don't know how long that took. I did see an interview with Mr. Schreiner. He was talking about how crazy this case was. Just the same on the interview as he was in court. He's very soft. I don't know. He's not soft-spoken, but he talked about how crazy he thought the prosecutor's closings were. And I kind of have to agree. I thought it was hers that was crazy. Then when the second guy started, I'm like, oh yeah, it's you. It's you. You were the crazy yelly one. I knew one of them yelled. So that's all I have for now. This stream's ending way earlier than I thought it was going to, and I don't even know what to do. So I guess I will just end the stream and see what we're going to do Monday. And we'll see you all at 11:30 on a.m. Eastern Time on Monday. So until that time, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I hope you all at least had some time off if you don't get the full day weekend, or if you didn't get all last week off. I hope that you at least get some time to spend with friends and family. And so we'll see y'all next time.